Gonna do it all in one trip?
No, driving to the other side of Charlotte, staying the night in Mooresville, North Carolina.
Oh, wow.
And then getting up in the morning and finishing it. There's no sense. We can't get in till Saturday. So the plan was always leave Friday. We can't check in till Saturday at like 4, I think.
How about getting home?
Stopping in Savannah on the way home.
So you'll leave Saturday?
Leave Saturday morning. Takes me 8 hours to get to Savannah. The plan is to get there around dinner time, have a nice dinner, leave my mom and daughter in the hotel room, and for Eve and I to go out and
nice
have a drink or two in Savannah. It's a great city. It's a great city. All right, let's do better with the 38 segments today. I need 2 of them.
Well, we were doing great.
I know. Yesterday was a home run.
Is there any way can we tighten that up, re-edit it? I mean, take the last question out and just have us fill? I could say goodbye and we could do 2 minutes.
Let me look at it. I might just leave it the way, hey, we're running up against it. You know, I mean, it doesn't kill anything the way we ended it.
No.
What was yesterday? The 16th?
It was. Today's that famous Friday.
Was he 838?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. The slow chase, the
Arnie, the parade, Game 5. Yep. The World Cup, own goal. Yep.
So I didn't get to this yesterday. I don't know if it's worth talking about, but did you happen to see, I just saw it on X, the longest game, I believe, I'm waiting for it to pull up here, longest game, I think, Pennsylvania state baseball history, 0-0, scoreless tie for the state championship. Bottom of the 13th.
Balk. Golly.
Bases were loaded. They probably are going to lose anyhow.
Right.
AJC, I agree, but after all, it was Murray State.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Tuesday, where the football magic numbers are 72 and 79. OKC is a win away, and Lord Stanley's Cup is in the building. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Great sports day. A great sports day. For some of us, the first glance at Lord Stanley. That's all we need. It's all we need. Sometimes we only get the one glance. Sometimes, like last year, you get up to 4 glances at her. But, oh, baby. Miller and Moulton. Hope your week got off to a good start yesterday. Mark, how you doing?
I'm doing well. My wife is wants our daughter to be very studious. And to me, David, summers were about doing nothing. You and I are old. Summers were get home when the streetlights were on. I mean, gone all day. All the stuff that you Gen Zs and millennials see on TikTok or Reels or Instagram about what we did. It's true. We were gone. That was our summer. Not the case anymore. And so bad that my wife put my daughter in a 1-week reading camp that started yesterday.
Unbelievable. You would be the favorite for so long if I was your daughter. My goodness, you would be the favorite. I would lash out at her for probably years. I would hold such a grudge.
I understand. And my daughter's a good student. Her least favorite subject is reading.
Of course.
And so she is reading a Steinbeck book as part of her She has to read 2 books this summer as part of her summer reading. So she's going to the camp to do the project on a Steinbeck book.
Whew.
Exactly.
Well.
Toe tapper just to get the summer started. Right?
They all were. I mean, what's she going to go from there to Faulkner?
Probably. I don't know what's next. But
Whew.
I got the house back this week. So when I come home, I don't have anybody there. But I've got to make the run to get the daughter every day. And, picking her up at school in the middle of the summer feels like punishment. I mean, this is summer school, essentially. And she's a good student. Summer school was always the threat we got if we were bad students. If you don't get a good grade here, you'll have to go to summer school. And here my poor kid, who's done very well in school, she's excelled in school, is going to summer school. And I do feel badly for her. But I'm picking she and 2 of her classmates up every day, so I'm in the carpool mode. And I tease all of them about having to read in the summer.
So what are we going with? Of Mice and Men, The Grapes of Wrath?
The Pearl is the name of the book.
Oh, okay. The Pearl. Sure.
It's a shorter book. I threatened yesterday because she said she didn't understand the beginning. I said, well, do you want me to read the first couple chapters and we can discuss it? That did not go over well. No desire whatsoever to have Dad as a part of it.
I would have gone with like Travels with Charlie because it just sounds shorter. It sounds like a summer reading book. What are you reading? Travels with Charlie. Huh. Where'd Charlie go? To the lake. A few days camping. But, whew. Okay. Boy, she's going to be counting down the days of that vacation more than you are. 72 and 79 are the magic numbers to the start of the college and NFL season. 72 days away to that big Thursday, leading into Labor Day weekend. 16 college football games on the schedule. And then a week later, the Eagles host the Cowboys 79 days from today. Mark, what's your number?
Oh, goodness. The number's getting shorter. I believe it's 11, David.
Yeah, 10 or 11. It depends.
Yeah.
You're barely waiting to the end of the good, bad, and ugly what's on tap, and today was the day when before you will go on vacation.
David, if there were a way for me to tape the final hour on Friday and leave at 9, I would, but we do not have the ability to pull it. I mean, I would have you stay an hour late on Thursday to get the last hour of Friday's show done to get out a little earlier.
Remember how great it was when we were in afternoons and we could actually tape the last hour before the show started and get out an hour early?
Well, we could still do it. Here's the thing. You'd be done an hour earlier. I'd be sitting here hitting buttons.
Right, that's
because
true.
That all was done because we had an in-studio producer
right,
who would run all of that for us.
Right, and he would use that hour to get logs done and cut promos and all that stuff. Right. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's true. You got the short end of this stick. There's no question.
It's all right.
But you're 10 or 11 days away from vacation, dependent.
Exactly. And looking forward to it. But last night, Oklahoma City may have put the NBA season one game away from being over with, as they just seemed to keep them at arm's length last night, David.
Well, the same, it looked like it could have been game one all over again,
right.
14-point lead at the half. And what was it? 9-point lead going to the fourth, which I believe was the exact same lead heading to the fourth in game one. Pacers cut it all the way to 2. The problem is, Halliburton's a shell of himself. At least he was last night. It's difficult to imagine that Indiana is going to win 2 more games if Halliburton's got a bad calf and can't be Tyrese Halliburton. I mean, that seems an awfully big ask.
Yeah, they don't seemingly have that. I mean, Siakam's terrific, but they don't have someone else who seemingly can, dump 24 in.
No,
they need Halliburton to be somewhere between 17 and 20 points. He's not their leading scorer, but he's a distributor. He does everything for the team, and he's essentially playing on one leg right now.
Did not make a shot from the field last night. Scoreless in the first half, just 4 total points. I mean, if you had told us that beforehand, we all would have taken OKC. We all would have laid the points. They did cover in the end. They won by 11. They're a win away. They have a chance to win, I would say, their first NBA title Thursday night. I know technically they are the Sonics franchise, and Seattle won it in 79, but Oklahoma City doesn't claim it. They don't. There's no banner up in the building. To the Thunder, this is their second trip to the finals. They don't count going back-to-back in 78 and 79. They lost in 2012 to D. Wade, LeBron, Bosh, and the Heat. And now here they are. And according to the Thunder, whenever Seattle gets a franchise, they got all their stuff in a storage area. And they're more than prepared to just give it. But here you go. Got the U-Haul. We'll help you load it. Good luck.
That's going to be dusty.
It is.
They're going to have to spend a lot of time just cleaning
all
that stuff up.
When you stumbled, where were you? Roanoke? When you stumbled
Hampton Roads, Virginia, in the Norfolk Coliseum.
And you stumbled across that, Virginia Squires championship banner? That banner had to be 20 years old when you stumbled across.
Right, and just sitting somewhere in the bowels of the arena.
But it wasn't too dusty for you to think about stealing.
God, I should have stolen that.
Oh, man. I wonder what that'd be worth today.
Nothing.
I mean,
not a damn thing.
I mean, we stole an Arena Football League 2 championship banner. I mean, that thing wasn't worth money when we stole it, and the league's out of business. I mean, worth nothing. But a Virginia Squires, I mean, come on. Julius Erving helped win that championship. Are you kidding me?
I know.
The memorabilia business nowadays, I'll bet you that'd be worth something.
$50.
No,
I'm telling you.
Somebody's basement. No, it'd be worth it. I think we can get a couple hundred for it. I do.
Good enough. We'll take it. Take what you can get. That's it.
No doubt about it. Put it
On
in the
that
file.
note, text line's 21,000. It's wide open. And we'll take what we can get from you, whether they're just kind texts about the show, angry texts about the show, or if you're looking to sponsor the show, you can hit us up at 21,000 as well.
Angry texts. Just a few people just angry about our subject matter, right? We're not talking enough F1. What else are we not talking about?
Well, it just varies, David. It varies. It always amazes me because we thank every single soul who listens to this show. We truly do. We are incredibly grateful to all of you who listen, whether you like the show or not. In fact, those of you who listen and don't like the show, I'm probably more appreciative of.
Right.
Because we're driving angst in the morning to you, and that makes Miller and Moulton, well, probably happier than most show hosts.
I was going to say, if we could get angst or snark, back in an evaluation, we're happy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But we're a game away now in the NBA. Can Oklahoma City get it done against Indiana in game 6? Certainly with Halliburton and a bad calf would seem like this series is all but over. But tonight in Sunrise, David.
Here we go.
They're looking to go back to back.
The cup is in the building.
Phil Pritchard, in his terrible hair and white gloves, will be carrying and pushing Lord Stanley around the arena upon arrival.
Protect that suitcase at all costs. But make sure, by the way, do you think it would be superstitious? Remember, before game 1, they brought the cup out onto the ice and had a table. And before they did both anthems, do you ask to bring the cup out before the anthems?
Hell no.
Okay.
Are you nuts?
You
don't do that.
I'm just asking.
That's like hanging a banner before the first round of the playoffs.
Well, I know one team 20 years ago where that did not work out so well.
Imagine that.
Miller and Moulton. Great show lined up for you. Greg Wyshynski next hour. We'll talk pucks with him. He's in Sunrise, desperately hoping not to make the 11-hour plane ride back to Edmonton. Tim McKone from the Sports Hub in Boston. Anything going on in New England sports? Anything at all? And David Samson makes his weekly appearance here on Miller and Moulton.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
RCB, I don't expect them to keep scoring runs like this, but if they do keep scoring runs like this, they're going to be a real threat because they have enough pitching.
Good to know the computer wasn't set up this morning, so the national show was playing.
Oh,
I just pot it down, but
right.
I don't know if this commercial breaks. I think he's got it fixed now, but I don't know. Don't even really care.
Coffin bomb, maybe you'll hear the hockey.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you on this Tuesday, the 17th. A noteworthy day in sports history. Some 31 years ago, all you know what broke loose. I mean, it's not often the NBA Finals are split screened. That was 31 years ago tonight. But Game 6 in the battle for Lord Stanley's Cup is tonight, sunrise. Panthers had a chance last year in Game 5 with the cup in the building to hoist Lord Stanley. Didn't do it. Ended up needing to go the distance. Mark, they had a chance to eliminate the Leafs in the second round at home. Lost Game 6. Had to do it in 7. Had a chance to sweep the Canes at home. Couldn't do it. Had to go to Carolina to win the series. Mark, I say the Panthers need to stop this trend. It's not that they're not capable of winning in Edmonton, but let's not tempt fate if you're the Panthers. Let's get this sucker done.
David, I'm totally with you. And I've made it evident. This series, I wasn't sure. I said before the series, I picked Edmonton. I was rooting for Florida. When I started watching the series, I really started rooting for Florida because the announcers have been so one-sided throughout this series. It's been driving me nuts. But I talk to my son a lot. He is a much bigger hockey fan than I am. He really and truly is. And he said something to me that I said the exact same phrase to you about 16 years ago. It's better for hockey if Edmonton wins. And I believe that. The best player winning the Stanley Cup, I think's great for the sport. So if Florida can't get it done tonight at home, then let's hope a home team could hoist it, because it's always better when you can lift the cup at home.
Yes, I will agree with that. While the road win, you can argue nothing is sweeter than quieting the building, and fans could say, you know, greatest wins, and oftentimes they'll list more road wins than home wins. But yes, if you're going to win a championship, it would be awesome to do it before the adoring fans. Panthers were able to do that last year. They had home ice. This is their last home game. Edmonton's going back to Edmonton no matter what. It's just a matter, are they going back to go golfing or are they going back to play one more hockey game? Big question tonight, still unanswered. If you're Chris Knobloch, the head coach of the Oilers, who you going with in goal?
Well, let me ask you, if it were you, if you were the coach of the Edmonton Oilers, would you play Picard or would you play Skinner? Who would you go with tonight?
All right, I'm eventually going to answer this, but I do want to say I think Picard is the more athletic goalie. I think he moves better. He goes side to side better. All right, Florida runs set plays against Skinnerd, and they try to get him moving from side to side, and he's not good at it. He's slow. They tried to run some of those same plays against Picard. Picard can defend them. Here is the big difference why I think I would go back to Skinner, even though I do not like him. Skinner can play the puck. He plays it pretty darn well, actually. Picard cannot. The Panthers are nothing but a dump-in team. And Skinner helps his defensive core out more than Picard does. And you saw two examples of it in Game 5, where because Picard couldn't seal off the puck. And by the way, the tying goal in Game 4 in the final 20 seconds was because Florida on a dump in and Picard doesn't go out and play the puck. Skinner would have played that puck. I think Edmonton gets that puck out of the zone and Florida never ties it. And so, Mark, for that reason and that reason only, I'd cross my fingers and hope I get good Skinner. But Skinner can play the puck and Picard can't.
Well, I don't know if you're right on Picard being better side to side, because sometimes when he puts his boot down and crosses over, he ends up in the faceoff circle. He's all over the damn place. He is a very wild goaltender with his style, very unorthodox. And when he's on, he can look great. If he's not on, he can give up 9. And I know Skinner has some of that in him as well, but you have to go with who brought you there. And I know that both of them have contributed, but Skinner's their one. You have to go with the one tonight. You have to give your team the confidence to say, this is our best chance to win. And that team should already know that Skinner's starting. This shouldn't be a decision that's being made today.
Well, they may know, but nothing has been said publicly and nothing's been revealed.
I got you. All I'm saying, I don't give a damn what we know in the media. What I am saying is the guys in that locker room better know who's starting right now. They don't need to be walking into the morning skate going, I wonder who's playing goalie tonight. They should know at this point.
And this was one of the two reasons why I picked the Panthers. I've never can recall a team having a goaltending situation like this, winning the cup. I can't recall it. Because it's not just they alternate goalies, because they don't. They ride the hot hand. You can do that in the regular season. I mean, even the Islanders dynasty, what helped created the Islanders dynasty was Al Arbor had to make a decision. In the late 70s, he was playing both Billy Smith and Chico Resch, and he was doing it in the playoffs also. And they had to make a decision, and they went with Billy Smith. Good decision. Hell, Mark, even Edmonton. Many times during the 80s, they had Grant Fuhrer and they had Andy Moog, who was a really good goalie. And they had no problems playing Moog 30, 40 games during the regular season. Yeah, come playoff time, Grant Fuhrer was in the pipes.
The other side of it for the one, and David, I can't speak as well historically about teams as you can. I can go from the only time I was lucky enough to work for a team that won a championship. And it was a AAA championship. Team I worked for was the #1 affiliate of the Tampa Bay Lightning. And we had a goaltender by the name of J.C. Bergeron. And he carried us through the entire season. And he carried us through the first couple rounds of the playoffs. And then JC had a really bad game, and he got pulled. And Mike Greenlay came in, and we came from behind and won. And Gino Briacco, our head coach, rode the hot hand. And all of a sudden, JC Bergeron, that had carried us to the playoffs and carried us through a couple rounds, was no longer the goalie. He was basically opening the gate for the guys. But I'll be damned if in the final, Mike Greenlay didn't have a bad game. And Ubi had to go back to JC Bergeron. And JC came through. And I look at this series like that. Knobloch needs Skinner to come through tonight. He's got to go with his ace. And I think that's what they will do. I don't know if it will work. Florida's better. They are a better team. They have more depth. They have more scoring depth. We talked a little bit about it yesterday. The Evander Kanes of the world for Edmonton have not shown up. The fact that they have no Hyman in this series has affected them, and Nugent Hopkins has not been 100%. Dems the breaks. They have to figure out a way to get somebody to contribute offensively that's not Draisaitl or McDavid.
Well, and that's what happened in Game 4, down 3-0. Take a look at who all the goal scorers were before Draisaitl had the game winner. All right. It was defensemen. It was second, third, and fourth line guys. Okay. I mean, I think it was a fourth line forward tied it. It was a third line forward who gave him the 4-3 lead. And they have not gotten a lot of that. And the Panthers can seemingly get it every night. Miller and Moulton. The starting five is next. Greg Wyshynski in an hour here on Miller and Moulton.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Sonny, why can't Taylor and Travis be in the building? By the way, did anybody hear what Taylor Swift did during the day before Game 4?
No.
She spent 4.5 hours at the Children's Hospital. No publicity, no cameras. 4.5 hours visiting with all the children in the hospital. Not an hour. She did a shift. She did a part-time shift. At the Children's Hospital in Miami there. We are miserable people. We got to lighten up. Two famous people in a relationship. Just relax. Who cares? Well, Puck Virtue, I think it was last year. Is the Travelers a $20 million event? Or is he the defending champ? Because you're only allowed to skip one $20 million event a year.
And he already did.
Right.
Final signature event.
Yeah. See, that's the problem. None of these guys, I'll be honest with you, they don't want to play this. Because also, and he skipped Jax. He skipped the Memorial.
Right. He skipped the Memorial.
I mean, Scheffler's the defending champ who's played a lot of golf here lately. And Ambien, I don't. Not a fan of her music at all, really.
Who, Taylor Swift?
Yeah.
There are several songs that because my daughter loves it. So there are a bunch of songs that I've listened to. I'm like, that's fine.
Yeah. And it doesn't do it for me. Now, granted, I probably haven't listened to her whole catalog. And not only that, all the sports. I mean, I can't understand the football griping, but here's hockey, who desperately wants more people watching their sport, and they get upset because they showed 4 Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce cutaways totaling what? 15 to 20 seconds? I don't get it. We're just too miserable as a society.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, an hour away from Greg Wyshynski joining us to talk the Stanley Cup playoffs, Game 6 of the final tonight. 2 hours from now, Tim McKone will head to Boston. Wanted to give it a day. I wanted to let media, players, fans have a day. Maybe some more information would become available, and some did. The Red Sox spoke about it. I'm talking about Red Sox management, about the Devers trade. Tim McKone in a couple hours to talk more about it. And we'll get David Samson's thoughts on everything coming up at the top of our bonus hour. But right now it's time for...
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting five.
Game 5 of the NBA Finals last night. OKC up 14 at the half. Key stat in the game, turnovers and points off turnovers. Oklahoma City forced 23 Indiana turnovers and scored 32 points off them. Thunder only turned it over 11 times. Pacers only scored 9 points off those turnovers. So plus 23 was Oklahoma City off turnovers last night. Jalen Williams with 40.
And the biggest one, the three-pointer he made when the lead was closed to 2 and the Pacers were threatening to make another big comeback, and he hit a big 3 to put them up 5, and they never looked back.
You think he's a Robin? If SGA's Batman, you think Jalen Williams is going to be Robin? Because I do.
David, I think you are on to something, and I don't have it in front of me, and I should. That's my fault. But I believe through 5 games, their combination in scoring is 4th all-time in the finals. And you look at who it's up against, Jordan and Pippen,
right?
Durant and Curry, pretty
Right.
heady names that they're on a list with. And he's 24.
Correct. Jalen Williams with 40. SGA, not a great shooting night, still ended up with 31. Siakam was terrific for the Pacers. That is a tough front line to score 28 against, but he did it. But Tyrese Halliburton is injured. It was obvious. He's nursing a calf injury. He still played 34 minutes. Carlisle said he thought seriously about benching him at the half, and that Halliburton begged him to keep him in the game. Halliburton afterwards said, if I can walk, I will play. Pacers cut it to 2 in the 4th before the Thunder pulled away to win 120-109. Mark, you had the Stanley Cup final stats. What was it, 23-7? Teams 2-2 who win game 5. How many of them then go on to dance with Lord Stanley? Well, that same stat in the NBA in the final, 23-8. So nearly 75% of the time, we'll see if the Thunder, with one more win, can make that 24-8. Game 6. What's it, Thursday night in Indianapolis? So Halliburton with an extra 24 hours to rest up the calf. Game 6 tonight at sunrise. The Cup is in the building. 8 o'clock TNT. Edmonton with a better road record than the Panthers have a home record in the playoffs. Edmonton 7-4 on the road. Florida only 5-4 at home. Panthers trying for back-to-back cups. Edmonton, at least publicly, undecided on who their goalie will be. Game 6 tonight. Obviously, if Edmonton wins, everybody gets back on the plane, and we play a Game 7 Friday night in Edmonton. There was some other hockey news yesterday. I don't know why teams do this. Certain sports have literally a ban on news during the finals. Hockey's had like 2 major trades and a coaching move, and then yesterday, countries named the first 6 players on their Olympic teams. For the U.S., it's both Tkachuk brothers, Matthew and Brady, Austin Matthews, Jack Eichel, Quinn Hughes, and Charlie McAvoy. That's the 6 U.S. players that are guaranteed a spot on the Olympic team. Notice no goalie. In fact, Team USA's folks said, yeah, we'll let them battle it out during the season, see who's hot. It's very interesting because the guy who just won the Vezina and the Hart trophies is an American. Hollebuck. Of course, he doesn't seem to win many big games, and I wonder if that enters into them not announcing him on the team yesterday. Just wondering. For Canada, by the way, you may have heard of some of these guys before. Connor McDavid, Sidney Crosby, a couple of Avs and Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar. Braden Point of the Lightning. Look how far he's come. that he's one of the first 6 guys mentioned to be on the Canadian national team in the Olympics. And throw in Sam Reinhart of the Panthers. So 2 Avs and 2 Panthers on the final list. Sweden, by the way, announced their 6. One of them is the Lightning's Victor Hedman. Finland announced their 6, and one of them is Panthers center and captain Sasha Barkov. To baseball. The Phils have now won 5 in a row. Boy, they're a streaky team. They just got done losing 9 out of 10. They're just 2 back of the Mets, however. Went into Miami, beat the Marlins 5-2. Trey Turner led off the game with a homer and had 3 hits. He's streaky. They got to get him off shortstop, though. He is not a good fielder. They got to move him. Anyway, the Rays have won 4 in a row. They're just 2.5 back of the Yankees. Look out. They're scoring some runs. Tampa Bay 7-1 over Baltimore. They're getting the pitching. We knew they'd have pitching. 4/5 of their rotations locked in. Ryan Pepe out with 11 Ks in 6 innings last night. But Jack Mangum, 3 hits and 3 RBIs. The Rays 2.5 back of the Yankees, who right now can't score. They've scored 5 runs in their last 5 games. They've lost 4 in a row. Their win in Kansas City was 1-0. Angels in 11 in the Bronx beat the Yankees 1-0. 20 scoreless innings now for the Yankees. Only bright spot, the return of Giancarlo Stanton. He went 2 for 4, single and a double. He hit 5th in the batting order. Hopefully he can stay healthy. The Red Sox have won 6 in a row. Mark, did you throw a few shekels on it?
I did. I told you at the end of the show yesterday I was betting the Red Sox. They cleaned out the clubhouse. I thought the team would respond, and they did with a 2-0 shutout over Seattle, who is sliding severely.
Well, they can't score runs for the 3rd year in a row. Roman Anthony, one of their 3 prize prospects, the number 1 prize prospect in baseball before he was called up a week ago. He hit his first career homer. Lucas Giolito, 6 shutout innings, 10 strikeouts for the Red Sox. Who would be in the playoffs? There would be 4 playoff teams in the AL East if the playoffs started today. Boston a half a game up for the final wild card, even though they're in 4th. Dodgers, Ohtani, through 28 pitches, gave up a run in his 1 inning of work, but the Dodgers doubled up the Padres 6-3. Ohtani helped out at the plate. He had 2 hits and drove in 2.
He did give up a run. He threw a lot of pitches in 1 inning. He did, in his return to the mound, hit 100 miles per hour while pitching.
Right.
I think that needs to be noted.
Glad you noted it. Hey, the Washington Nationals have lost 9 in a row. They had a lead in the 9th inning at home against the Colorado Rockies and lost. Rockies with 3 in the 9th to win 6-4. Hey, man, they're 15-57. Come on now. I mean, isn't that on pace to win like, I don't know, 41, 42? I mean, they're above that 1-4 ratio, right? No?
Second longest winning streak of the year for the Rockies.
A's 3-1 over the Astros. Second game in a row, Nick Kurtz homered in the 9th inning. He did so on the road on Sunday to help beat the Royals, but he had a 2-run walk-off last night for the A's to beat the Astros 3-1. That's pretty cool. Back-to-back games, homer in the 9th to win. Speaking of pretty cool, and hell, you may hear about this in 35 minutes for all I know. This could qualify as the coolest thing I've seen all day. So Arkansas and Murray State played in the College World Series yesterday afternoon. It was an elimination game. And Murray State got a lot of good pitching. Yeah, not Arkansas pitching. Gage Wood. Gage, G-A-G-E Wood, threw a no-no. There hadn't been one of them since Dwight Eisenhower was president. 1960, the last time we had a no-no in a College World Series. 19 strikeouts for the no-no. 119 pitches. He eliminates Murray State. Arkansas stays alive with a historic performance. And one of our regulars in the Twitch chat room, okay, his first trip to Omaha, he goes by Robes KX4. I used to work with him in Fargo. Great director. First time to Omaha. First game that he saw was the no-no yesterday. Way to go, Wayne. By the way, LSU UCLA suspended in the fourth inning last night. So they're going to resume at 10 a.m. local, 11 a.m. Eastern today in a winner's bracket game. I believe the loser has to face Arkansas tonight. So they're playing like a game.
That's correct. I mean, they will play Arkansas next. Now, I think maybe
tonight.
that would be tomorrow because I thought they altered the sides of the bracket, but I could be wrong.
And I thought it was listed as Arkansas playing tonight. But
okay.
LSU has a 5-3 lead in the fourth in the suspended game that'll be picked back up late this morning. Some football news. The Bengals and Trey Hendrickson are actually talking. Official contract negotiations going on between the Bengals and Hendrickson. For what it's worth, the Bengals are getting crushed locally. Forget nationally. Bengals don't care about that. But the Bengals have been getting crushed in Cincinnati for their handling of Trey Hendrickson. And the reason this is important, the Bengals need public financing to refurbish that stadium. So that's why they took care of Burrow. That's why they took care of the wide receivers. And I think the public is going to make sure they take care of Trey Hendrickson also. Because the public's like, we need this guy. We can't win without him. What the heck are you doing? This is a situation worth paying attention to for the rest of this month. Missouri governor signs a stadium aid package for both the Chiefs and the Royals. It also applies to the Cardinals if they want to do over $500 million in repairs to Busch Stadium. But it doesn't build them brand new stadiums. The Royals want a brand new stadium. The Chiefs are talking about over $1 billion in renovations to Arrowhead. Meanwhile, the state of Kansas has already passed a blank check that says we'll cover 70% of all costs for both of you, by the way. The Chiefs and the Royals. But they've given the Chiefs and the Royals a June 30th deadline. And if you read the Chiefs and Royals' reaction to the Missouri politicians finally passing something that benefits them, it wasn't as exciting as you would want it to be if you're a resident of Missouri. So I'm curious how this sucker plays out. Finally, Steelers signed 28-year-old safety Deshaun Elliott to a 2-year extension worth a little over $6 million a year. They guaranteed 3/4 of the contract, so he's under contract for this year and the next 2. Good player, better against the run than the pass. They got Minka to help out on the other side against the pass. And at 8 minutes before the hour mark, that was starting 5. 5 big stories and Gage Wood with the no-no here on Miller and Moulton.
19 strikeouts in that no-no, by the way. That was an impressive outing. It was Murray State. And the funny thing was, Arkansas didn't light him up. Here's this kid throwing a no-no going into the 7th inning. It's a 3-spit game. One bad inning could turn it the other way quickly.
Sure. You can keep the no-no, okay? You can have an error and a walk, and next thing you know, the tying runs at the plate. Yep. 119 pitches. Listen, in this day and age, I know you got a no-no through 8, and you've struck out like 17 guys. I'm actually impressed they left them in for the 9th. I really am.
Well, this is college baseball, not pro baseball, where they don't really keep track of pitch counts like they do in the minor leagues, David. There is no doubt there. Miller and Moulton, Greg Wyshynski next hour. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug,
Oh
ketchup bottle, a new shirt,
Oh, you kidding me?
and rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
With
sound.
summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yes, Puck Virtue, they did. Yep, Dave Tillett named third base coach for Team USA this summer.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday. Thanks so much for being with us. The football magic numbers are 72 and 79. 72 days away from the start of the college football season, that big Thursday and Thursday night heading into Labor Day weekend. 79 days away from the Eagles hosting the Cowboys. 80 days away from the Chargers and Chiefs in Brazil. Miller and Moulton. Hey, I probably should have given you a heads up on this, but I literally just thought about this topic about 30 seconds ago. So
wonderful. This is my favorite part of the show.
Well, I actually think you'll like it, though. So we spent a little bit of time yesterday talking about the big deal the Orlando Magic made. We'll see if it works out. They put a group of guys together now between the ages of 23 and 27. They're all under contract for the next 4 years. Okay, let's give it a shot. See how good we can be. I'm curious, Mark, any team, any sport, a team that needs to make a big deal, whether it's a go-for-it deal, whether it's a blow-it-up deal. You know, we got teams that are making bold moves here. Red Sox obviously trading their best player. All right, just wasn't working in the clubhouse anymore. Couldn't see him being here long-term. Orlando with the big deal. The Knicks made a big deal last year. Made 2 of them, in fact. Hell, they gave away 5 first-round picks in one deal, and then they had the whole Towns, Randall, DiVincenzo swap with the T-Wolves. Just curious if there's a team out there right now, could be in any league. Like, I'm thinking of one of your teams. Don't the Wings need to do something?
Well, sure, but David, I don't know what big move outside of getting a McDavid or a Draisaitl who wouldn't get traded. You know, I don't think they're good enough. So I'm trying to think of a team that's closer to making a playoff run or winning a championship. And I understand where you are, and you're right, but I don't know what move that team could make that would do anything more than maybe make them a fringe playoff team.
Well, okay. And now, you know, I would like to think since they've, how many years now? Haven't been in the playoffs? Nearly 10?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I think you'd just like to be in the party. But I understand, you know, you don't think there's anybody realistically available that would make them a championship contender. So I get it. But I'm just kind of curious. You know, we had said a week ago at this time, we had said, you know, the Orlando Magic need to do something. They need to stop this being cute, winning between 42 and 47 games act. All right? Go do something.
Can I ask you a question? This is going to be an odd choice, and I'm not exactly sure. I wish I had a better answer of it is what they need. But I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are close. Like, I think they're really close. When I look at the division they're in and I look at the rest of the NFC, explain to me why the Bucs can't be playing for the NFC Championship. But
Okay.
what is it they need in your estimation, if anything? Is it they went and got Reddick, so they think their pass rush is better. Their back end on defense is pretty damn good. Their offensive line's pretty good. They added the Ohio State receiver. So now Ibuka there. So now they've got 3 strong receivers. Their running game's pretty good. Is it a linebacker? Is it something in the middle of the defense? Do the Bucs, in your estimation, need one more thing to take them from a team favored to winning the division to really challenging the Eagles for the NFC title?
Well, I think they need a pass rusher. And yes, Reddick should help, but Reddick's also what, 31? Coming off a down year. I think, listen, I've been saying it for 2 months. There are a lot of teams out there that if I was running the show for them, I would have given up 2 and maybe even 3 first-round picks for Trey Hendrickson. I really would have. That's a sack a game guy. He's got 3 years left in him at this level, in my opinion. I'll take a run at it. My pick's going to be somewhere between 25 and 32? Hell, I'll probably get one of the 3 wrong just because. So what am I really giving up? And what am I getting? I think the Packers need to do something.
That I agree with. I agree with. I still think the Lions are a player away on the defensive side of the ball, whether it's someone to help Hutch on the other side. I'm not a big fan of Anzalone there, the linebacker.
Right.
I don't think he's good enough. And I
with you
know
on that.
Campbell loves them, but hard work and great energy is one thing. Being super talented is quite another.
When you look at the Broncos or Chargers, is there a player?
I think a year from now, that's a better conversation because I
Okay.
still think that they're both teams. Harbaugh's second year, they're still trying to figure out what it is they need. They're trying to run the ball more and be more in the way he coaches, his style. The Broncos, I saw a list, I didn't agree with it, that had their roster as one of the top 5 rosters in the league. Now, the person that was doing the podcast with the guy kind of said, no way, had them more in the lines of somewhere between 7 and 13. But still, I'd like to see one more year before I go all in if I'm the Broncos, because I think as the Chiefs are aging and we wonder how much longer with Mahomes they last, seemingly forever. But the slender Kelsey, will that make a difference? There's a lot of holes in that Chiefs roster. If I'm the Broncos, I keep riding this out one more year before next year in free agency, I look to make the splash and take that division over.
See, and that's why, being more impatient than you, I think the Chiefs are vulnerable this year. I think both tackles are vulnerable. I think I can get the Chiefs this year. That I don't have to wait one more year. I think I can get them now. And if you're the Chargers in Denver, that's, just look in your division. Chiefs have won it, 8 straight years? 9 straight years? Something like that? I heard something the other day and it made me go, wow. Colts haven't won the AFC South since 2014. Damn.
Wow.
I know. Literally everyone else in the division's won it at least once. I think maybe everyone else in the division's won it at least twice. Colts haven't won the AFC South since 2014. I went, I'll be darned. But it could be any sport. Could be baseball this year. Giants need more than what they did, but they knew they needed a bat. They had at best, an average major league offense to slightly below average. Well, come on. You ain't getting out of the National League with that. Okay? I mean, think about who you're going to be playing in the playoffs. The Cubs, the Dodgers, the Mets, the Phillies. I mean, come on.
You just mentioned a team that needs to make a move. And I know they're winning the division, but it's arguably the worst division in baseball. The Cubs need to. If the Cubs want to truly compete with the Dodgers, the Mets, the Phillies, be it the Padres or the Giants, I'm not as worried about the Giants, but you know what I'm getting at here, David. That Cub team needs to make a move. They're not good enough to win the World Series. They're good enough to get in the playoffs. I don't think they're good enough to get through the National League. But let me just ask you, I've mentioned the Bucs, David. What Tampa team needs to make the big move the most? The Bucks, the Rays, or the Lightning? I mean, think about it. The Lightning are clearly behind the Florida Panthers.
Sure.
And they've got to get over that hump, and that's going to be damn hard between now and the end of the decade, the way the Panthers have their roster lined up. The Rays are fighting in the money division in the American League and holding their own every year. And the Bucks are what? 4 times in a row they've won the division now?
Is it 4 or 3? No, it's 4.
4 straight division championships. But when we look at the NFC, people go Eagles, Lions, Rams, whoever for this year. They're not talking about the Bucks going to the Super Bowl. Which Tampa team needs to make the big splash the most?
Well, the Lightning don't have the resources to make it. You could say the Lightning, but they don't have anything left. They don't have a ton of cap room. They've got virtually no picks. They're kind of stuck. I mean, they can make a few moves around the edges, but their core is their core, and they're going to have it for another couple years, and it's just got to figure out a way to get it done. I'll say this, though, about the Panthers. I think the Panthers' end is sooner than we think. The Panthers are not young. That's not a young team. And when it hits a mark, I think it's going to hit them. Like, I think they'll be fine next year. I think they'll be a major cup contender next year. And we don't have no idea between Marchand and between Bennett and between Ekblad about who's returning. You got to figure 2 of the 3 are, though. But, I mean, you know, when they do those starting lineups for the Panthers, I mean, just about every guy they mention's in his 10th to 14th year. I mean, just about every key guy is in his 30s for the Panthers. I mean, I think they got...
Not to mention their goaltender's old, too.
Right. Well, right.
I mean, he is.
Yeah, he is.
You know, I mean, he's been
30s.
around a long time.
So, you know, I think the Panthers run has 1 to 2 more years in it, and then we're going to turn around and go, wow, the Panthers are old. Well, they're actually bordering on that now. They really are, which to me is why Bennett is something they got to keep.
Great question for the audience. Would love to hear your response at 21,000. Who's the team, doesn't matter the sport, that needs to make the big splash?
Yeah.
And if you send us a team, I would love it if you said Team X needs this. You don't have to, but it would be nice. It makes for a better read for me, and maybe we can have a little conversation about it. Like 21000. If you've not texted the show in a while, the keyword is Miller to 21,000. Then you can text as much as you would like.
Like when you say the Cubs and they need to make a move, to me, they need a frontline starter for the playoffs. They're scoring a boatload of runs. Okay. That's not a problem. Now, I don't know if Crow Armstrong can continue to be, you know, Ryan Sandberg here, but if he is, damn. But to me, come the postseason, they may need a little bit better on the hill. And so if I'm the Cubs, that's what I'm looking at. And that ain't cheap to acquire.
No, it's not cheap, and it's not easy because no one wants to give away a frontline starter. And, you know, the White Sox gave theirs away last year. So, I mean, there's the teams that are bad. There's not a lot of talent to be looking to acquire. 21,000 is the text line. Who's the team that needs to make the big splash? The coolest thing I've seen today in a poll question. That's what's next on Miller and Moulton. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
What the? I think you might be right, Spitz. I'm not arguing with you there. And DC, I don't know. I'd rather have the higher ceiling, but I'm not drafting an Anthony Richardson, if you know what I mean. So, but DC, when you ask the Vikings Bucks question, I think the Bucks roster is better. I think it's close, and I think it boils down to the fact that one team has a rookie at quarterback, and the other one has a damn near a Pro Bowler. I could if I wanted to, and I'm probably not. I could derail this show right now with the story that I've seen. Derail. And I would enjoy the hell out of it. I just said, David, if I wanted to, I could. It's cringeworthy and derail this show all at the same time, and I'm on the verge of doing it.
Huh. Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this Tuesday. Hope your week got off to a good start. Greg Wyshynski to join us in a little more than 15 minutes. The Cup is in the building tonight. Can the Panthers secure it for the second year in a row? A little over an hour from now, we head to Boston. Tim McKone, 98.5 The Sports Hub. So the Red Sox say that we weren't all in alignment. So that's why he had to go. And the fan base is like, well, maybe some of you are the reason that we're not in alignment. Maybe you need to go. Talk to Tim about that.
That's what Devers is saying, or Devers is saying. You know, he's saying mixed messaging from the team, a lot of different, you know. So it is interesting. But they were able to get the win last night. And winning cures all ills, David. If they keep winning games, no one's going to give a damn whether he's there or not.
And David Samson at the top of our bonus hour. He used to be 7 a.m. Eastern on Tuesdays. Now, since his show got moved to 7 a.m. and has been made to be nearly 2 hours, he joins us at 9 a.m. Eastern on Tuesdays here on Miller and Moulton.
I have been in deep thought during the break because I found a story that could send this show in a direction that you may not want to go. We need a poll question, David.
Right.
And I have a really good idea.
Okay.
Except for I don't know if you're going to like it.
Well, but you said it's a really good idea. So
I think it is.
Okay.
Found a story in our favorite publication. David, the story has nothing to do with sports.
Well, okay. Is it one of the, is it today like National Cheese Curd Day or something?
No, I looked that stuff up. Today is National Eat Your Vegetables Day. There was nothing there that excited me. This, however, would be an interesting poll question.
Okay.
Because apparently, when you're pulling the goalie, and I'm not talking about hockey here.
Well, we were talking about who they're going to go with tonight, Skinner or Picard, but
correct.
Okay.
But according to a study, 76% of men are thinking of an ex when pulling the goalie. 59% of women are thinking of an ex when they're clicking the mouse.
Uh-huh.
That could be a poll question. Just saying.
So you want to ask our audience, male or female,
correct,
that question?
Yes. When pleasuring oneself, are you thinking of an ex?
So is that how you're going to phrase it?
I think that's the safest way to phrase it. I mean, I could put when you're pulling the goalie, but that really only applies to one gender.
True. Unless you want to put in parenthesis, what would apply to the ladies.
Right. We could. But I'll give you a couple of minutes while I do the coolest thing I've seen today to figure out an alternative poll question.
Well, hell, Mark, I mean, you know me, I'd come up with anything. What's your favorite vegetable? Do you consider a tomato a fruit or a vegetable? I mean, I'll just start rattling them off right now. Mark, here's my problem. I can't say I have no problem, but I'll just, hey, we're a team, you tolerate me, so I'll let you go with it. Here's the thing, though. Normally, I'm the one coming at a break that says, don't forget about our poll question. What's your favorite cheese? Okay, so since I don't want to be the one promoting the poll question, so if you're going to go with this poll question, then it's on you for the rest of the show to be Joe announcer. And once I stop, for you to go, don't forget about our poll question when you're pleasuring yourself. Hello.
It's working exactly the way I wanted it to. I have to be really honest, everybody listening right now. The effect that it's had on one David Moulton has served my purpose with this idea.
So as long as you're the one doing the read, sure, what the heck? I'm curious about the responses the number of responses we're going to get. My fear is we're going to get 50+% more responses to this question than we do basically all the other questions we ask.
Time now for the coolest thing I've seen today, and it has nothing to do with the previous material, and it's brought to you by Air Advantage. Go to myairadvantage.com, myairadvantage.com, or call them 239-433-4635, 433-4635. They are offering 18 months, no interest, no payments available, a proud Ream Pro partner, myairadvantage.com. And David, you were right. You mentioned it in the starting five. It was where I was going, but there's more to the story than Gage Wood throwing the third ever no-no at the College World Series. An incredible story as Arkansas shuts out Murray State in a 3-0 win with elimination on the line. He struck out 19 batters, had a perfect game going late until he hit a batter, faced 28, struck out all but 9. But when he goes back home, the real treats begin. Because Wright's Barbecue, the barbecue joint in Arkansas, apparently, David, they were named Best Barbecue in Arkansas by Southern Living and Best Barbecue in America by Yelp, and the best chef in the South because he was nominated for a James Beard Award. Wright's Barbecue posted on X after the game because, one, they were in attendance. The owner tweeted out his spot in the seats at the College World Series. And then tweeted out shortly after the game, Gage Wood will never pay for brisket again.
Damn.
Yes, young man, you may have an NIL deal because Arkansas pays their baseball players, or at least they did before the House settlement agreement, and now they've got to figure out a way to continue to pay their baseball players.
Or do you have until July 1st? There's some debate as to when the date is, because the new school year doesn't start till July 1st. There are some claiming that we still got time to work on these new deals. Others are claiming that the deadline was, midnight the night they settled it.
Wood was initially committed to play at Kansas State, but he got an offer from Arkansas he couldn't refuse, much like their pitcher from Fort Myers who left East Carolina to join the Hogs. Trust me, they pay, and good for them, but Gage Wood will never have to pay for brisket again. And that's the coolest thing I've seen today. Brought to you by our friends at Air Advantage. Visit online, myairadvantage.com.
So after the suggestion for a poll question that you had, your subject matter was a kid by the name of Wood?
Correct.
Okay.
And free meat that he's going to get for the rest of his life.
I'm just glad it was brisket and not pulled pork.
Or Italian sausage. Either way, Gage Wood is the coolest thing I've seen today. Greg Wyshynski coming up in a few minutes' time. The cup is in Sunrise. And will the Panthers dance with Lord Stanley tonight? Or will we go back to Edmonton for a deciding Game 7?
I'm really torn. You know, I said I thought this series would be 1-1, 2-2, 3-3. Now, I thought Edmonton would be up 3-2, and Florida would then win the final 2 games of the series. That's how I had it going. So now I'm torn.
I just love more hockey. This series has been so damn good. I hate the idea of thinking it's going to end tonight, but I do want the Panthers to win the cup. We'll find out what Greg Wyshynski thinks about tonight's Game 6. That's next. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Greg is on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. 1 hour from now, we head to Boston. Tim McKone will join us, talk about the Red Sox and whether or not they're now aligned properly. Just using their terminology after the Devers trade and what they had to say about it yesterday. David Samson will check his alignment in a little more than an hour when he makes his weekly appearance on the show. Greg Wyshynski, kind enough to join us once again. He covers hockey for a living for ESPN and ESPN.com. You can follow him on X at Wyshynski, WYSHYNSKI. Greg, David, and Mark, thanks for doing this. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. It's an exciting day. The Cup will be in the building. My favorite unintentional moment from yesterday was when Connor McDavid acknowledged that the Cup will be in the building and then quickly reminded himself it won't be there for us, but it's still really exciting when the Cup is in the building.
Well, how much pressure is on Connor McDavid tonight? I mean, you listen to the TNT crew, Gretzky, the greatest of all time. I don't know if he's necessarily called him out, but he's called on him to step up. The national media is waiting for McDavid's big game in this final series. So how much pressure is on the best player in the world?
It's a great question because there's two ways to look at this series if they don't win. One is that McDavid didn't have a signature game, and this is two kicks at the can, as he put it, in a row, and they couldn't win a championship in either season. And there's no question that in our sport, if you don't have a Stanley Cup ring and you are supposed to be the greatest player of your generation, those two things don't mesh well. It's just kind of how it is, unfortunately. And it doesn't mean you won't eventually win one, but in two straight chances to win one, he didn't do it. The other way to look at it, and I'm wondering how many of my colleagues in Edmonton will actually take this tact, is if you have a healthy Zach Hyman, which they don't, if you, don't play the Florida Panthers, which they've now done twice in a row, and Connor has had to go up against a line that has, two members, or two finalists, rather, for the Selke Trophy for Best Defensive Forward in Barkov and Reinhart. And if you find a goaltender, which they don't currently have, but they can depend on, then you'll be fine. But I don't know if others will take a tact like that to say that maybe we don't put the world on McDavid's shoulders, and those are the real factors that are at play in this series.
Well, we'll have time to get into a few things in the offseason because I would love to do a deep dive about whether or not Edmonton just needs to flat out go get a goalie. Can they really keep entering the playoffs with Skinner? But who's going to be their goalie tonight? Is there any indication from anyone as to who will be in the nets?
They haven't tipped their hand too much, but if you kind of like lick your finger and stick it in the wind, I think it's probably blowing towards Stuart Skinner. Look, I mean, they made the change they made because Pickard was undefeated in the playoffs and had played pretty well for them. Honestly, wouldn't have lost his job in theory if he didn't get hurt during the Vegas series. But this is a 33-year-old journeyman goaltender on his sixth team in 10 NHL seasons. And I didn't think he did all that much in Game 4 that was spectacular. And in Game 5, I think there's a couple goals we could put on him, even though his coach, Chris Knobloch, has exonerated him from anything, of any fault in that game. But, there's a certain you dance with the one who bought you kind of aspect of Skinner, where he helps them fight back in the final last year. He played the best goaltending of his life for like a month this year and was, one of the reasons they're in the Stanley Cup final again. And I think that, like, if you want to get real, like, hockey god type aspect on this thing, spiritually, he's probably the guy that leads them back to win a cup if they come back to win the cup. And so nothing's official. We'll find out today, but I would be a little bit surprised if they didn't go back to Skinner, which kind of tells you maybe they should have never gone off of Skinner. and it was a panicky move by them to go to Pickard.
You know, we've talked about it throughout the playoffs. Florida's depth is second to none. The way they've been able to get scoring up and down the lineup, defensemen scoring, fourth line guys contributing. They've got how many goal scorers in this playoff? Who is it for Edmonton, not named Draisaitl or McDavid, that has to step up tonight? To me, it's Kane. He's not done much in this postseason, but they need somebody else to step up. Who is it?
Yeah, it's probably Kane. I mean, if only because he's the kind of game that he plays is kind of what you need to play against Florida. They're the big physical winger, can mix it up a little bit. It's not just simply scoring goals for him; it's also keeping his head on straight. I mean, this guy has taken a lot of penalties in this series through 5 games. He's got more penalty minutes in this series than he has in his other 15 games of the playoffs. Right. So, he's got to stay out of the box and play smart, but also play effective and be the guy that, in the absence of Zach Hyman, who I mentioned before, who's their top line winger and arguably one of the more physical players, especially in front of the net, that they have, and they really, really miss him in this series. He's got to be that guy for them.
Greg Wyshynski covers the NHL for ESPN, ESPN.com. Follow him on X, WYSHY. NSKI. Edmonton's got a first period problem. They've given up at least 2 goals in all 5 games. They've given up as many goals in the first period as they have in the second and third combined. Okay, and we know Florida off the jump is going to be hopping tonight. I mean, does Edmonton have it in them, Greg, to play the type of game that Toronto played in Game 6, a 2-0 game facing elimination? What Carolina played when they were facing elimination, a 3-0 game with 2 empty netters. I mean, to me, I think Edmonton's got to play that kind of game. Do they have it in them?
Here's my hot take. I don't think it matters how Edmonton plays. I think it only matters how Florida plays. If you look at this series right now at the time spent with the lead, it is like over 200 minutes for the Panthers and 33 minutes for the Oilers. And if you look at this series critically, the times in which Edmonton has been able to get back into these games have been the times in which Florida has allowed them to get back into these games. And the times in which other series have been extended have been times in which the Panthers have allowed those series to be extended. That's not to take anything away from what the Leafs did in Game 6. It was very, very impressive to force a Game 7 after what happened to them on home ice in the previous game. But they kind of laid an egg against Carolina, and then in this series they've blown a series of multi-goal leads against the Oilers. You could say that's Edmonton's will being exerted on the series, but I kind of think it's Florida leaving their foot off the gas. And then in Game 5, it was all gas. And look what we saw. We saw 3 periods of the most dominant hockey a road team has maybe ever played in this league. So to me, it's much more about what Florida does tonight with the cup in the building, with that in the back of their minds, because they do have a closeout problem, this team, as we saw last year in the Stanley Cup final. And it's less about what Edmonton brings to the table.
Paul Maurice is a quote machine. There is nothing more fun than an interview or a post-game presser with Paul Maurice. But how much does he have to do with this run for the Panthers? They're ultra talented. How much do you put on the coach?
A lot. 2 things happened in 2022 after the Panthers won the President's Trophy. Remember, they were a really, really good team when he got hired. So he gets hired. They don't bring back Andrew Brunette, and he gets hired because they got swept by the Lightning, and the thought from GM Bill Zito was, we've got to find somebody who's going to instill the kind of playoff mindset that this team needs, a defensive mindset to go along with the offense that they have, and a toughness. And if you talk to people around the league, they think that some of the rough stuff that this team does draws back to Paul, insofar as being one of the leading teams of hit him high and hit him hard. The second thing that happened was Matthew Tkachuk was acquired from Calgary. And that guy, for all the fundamentals that Paul's teaching, that guy was the injection of swagger into the organization. And everybody kind of all of a sudden played in a different way and had a little bit more cockiness. And that all comes from Tkachuk. So those two things are of a piece. I think when those two things both happen a month within each other, it completely changes the trajectory of this team. But there's no question that what Maurice was able to give them and what he continues to give them is really what makes this team fundamentally special in the way that they play.
Which way you leaning for the Conn Smythe, which obviously can change tonight, but which way you leaning?
It's a real heart in the head conversation, man. Like, head tells you Bennett, because that is an incredible amount of goals to be scored in the playoffs, and he scored in big moments, and you can't separate those moments in which he's had a win at all costs playoff and the way that he's fallen on goalies and knocked out Stolars in the Leafs series. These aren't things that you can necessarily put in the official bio for the Conn Smythe winner, but it's undeniable the impact that Bennett's had. And remember, the Conn Smythe is for the entirety of the playoffs, not just the final. That being said, it's a much better story if Marchand wins. And there is, you can make the argument, and I have in the past, that what you do in the final round maybe should mean more than what you do for the rest of the playoffs. And he's having the best series of his career in the final. He's their leading scorer, and has done some amazing things in this series against Edmonton. And the other thing in Marchand's favor, and I got to check the numbers on Bennett for this, but Marchand has 7 points in games after a loss, including 2 overtime winners. So he's been really clutch. He's been their kind of safety net. I have a vote. I haven't made my decision yet who it would be if they're leading tonight. But I think both guys have a really strong case. I don't think there's a wrong answer there.
I'm with you, and I think it's fascinating because, as you said, you're a voter. The national media members are the ones that vote on it. And the way Bennett has been, I don't know, taking a lot of grief for his style of play, hitting the goalies, etc. I wonder if that will let the heart overrule the head, like you said, when it comes to this vote by everyone, whether it's tonight or whether it's after Friday's Game 7.
Well, that goes to show you what a sociopath I am, because I think that's part of the head. I think it's undeniable that along with the statistical achievement for Sam Bennett, he's played the kind of hockey that you need to play in the playoffs, and that includes injuring Stolars and roughing up Freddie Anderson and doing what he's done against Skinner in this series and towing the line of legality. I mean, to me it's all part of the story for him. And I don't think it detracts from his candidacy. I actually think that it bolsters his case that he's both the guy that can score 15 goals in the playoffs to lead every scorer, including McDavid and Draisaitl, and also be the guy that does all that other stuff that I think has come to define this Panthers team, which is actually, real briefly, like the most interesting thing I found about this team covering them for the last 2 rounds is, as much as everybody else in hockey defines this team as a bunch of rats and trash talkers and taunters and cockiness, they're the first ones to protest against that label. I think it's a real interesting juxtaposition of how we perceive them and how they perceive themselves.
Well, we only got a couple minutes left, but I mean, are they any different from the teams that you covered when you first broke into this business? I kind of feel as if we've changed, and they're exactly the kind of team that we wanted our teams in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s to be, and we're the ones that have changed.
They are different in the sense that they can back it up. Like, we've all covered teams that taunt and play dirty and, play by any means necessary and have guys get yapped like Marchand and Tkachuk and, have a guy, stick out his tongue with a bloody nose after a fight. Like, we've covered teams that have this sort of swagger and attitude, but I've never covered a team that I talked to an NHL player, a current NHL player, for a story that I'm doing the other day. And he said they want to dominate you physically and on the scoreboard. And that's the difference, is I've never covered a team that can do both as well as they can do, that can taunt you and knock you down and occasionally embellish to get a penalty, and you hate that. And then they're the best, the highest scoring road team in NHL playoff history, and tied for the most wins on the road in NHL playoff history, and roll through teams. I've never seen the total package of a team that can embarrass you with their antics and then embarrass you on the scoreboard, because that's the only way they're going to back up their trash talk.
Well, listen, for you and the national media's sake, Hope you get a win from Florida tonight, so you can, maybe for a day run up the corporate credit card and get some sun, and then fly home as opposed to another 11-hour flight to Edmonton. So,
Well, it will be listen, it'll be a 10-hour flight to Edmonton.
oh, okay, gotcha.
If the Oilers do extend the
Right.
series. Raleigh to Calgary to Edmonton, as I waited way too long to book Game 7 travel. But either way, look, I go into tonight expecting a Panthers win, but I also in the back of my mind know that they have a closeout problem.
Yep.
And they're going to see a very, very desperate team tonight. So I have no illusions that we could be back to Edmonton for the finale of this thing. And if that happens, then you have the
Greg?
best team of all time versus McDavid for the championship, and that's great.
Greg, thanks for all that you've given us throughout the playoffs. Good luck tonight. Safe travels either way. Greg Wyshynski, ESPN, ESPN.com.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So I think, David, if I've got this right, hang on here, bear with me. So Scooble's pitching tomorrow. That's Wednesday. Thursday, he won't pitch. He won't pitch on the weekend, right?
Correct.
Damn. I was thinking he was pitching today, and it would have been Sunday, and it's 12:15 Rays Tigers on Sunday.
That's all right. We missed Scooble and Skeens by a day. Scooble pitches Wednesday, Skeens Thursday. By the way, Skeens and his girlfriend were both at Omaha.
Oh, yeah?
Yesterday. Yeah, off day for the Pirates. So they went to support LSU.
I had to laugh. Did you? I don't know how long you were on X last night or whatever during the game, but Moscona tweeted out a shirt, best team in the nation after 1-11, because they must have had a win that went into the next day. Something like best team in the nation after 1:11 in the morning, something along those lines. I think he said he's like I didn't think I'd have to break this out again, something like that. I just got a kick out of it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home for the 239 and the 904, final hour of the show. Lake City, Live Oak and surrounding areas, Port Charlotte, Venice and surrounding areas. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Magic numbers to the start of the football season, 72 and 79. 10 weeks Thursday. The college season kicks off at the big Thursday heading into Labor Day weekend. 11 weeks Thursday. Eagles host the Cowboys, 72 and 79 days away from the college and NFL seasons getting underway. The championship trophy will be in the building Thursday in Indianapolis, the Larry O'Brien Trophy, as the Thunder are up 3-2 on the Pacers. But Lord Stanley's Cup is in the building in Sunrise tonight. Will the Panthers get it done, or will the Oilers force another 7-game series with Florida? One thing I would bet tonight, like we got a lot of people asking us our thoughts from a betting standpoint in the Twitch chat room. The over in the first period has hit every game because the Panthers have done it themselves. I think one of the games, the over-under in the first period was 2.5, and there were 3 goals scored that day. But for the most part, the over-under in the first period is a goal and a half. The Panthers have scored 2 or more goals in the first period in all 5 games. And the over mark has hit in all 5 games because the over has been 6.5. I think one game it might have been 7.5, but the others has been 6.5. And there's been at least 7 goals scored in all 5 games. In fact, the empty netter in game 5 to make it 5-2, and Eddie Olchuk pulled an Al Michaels. Eddie O said, well, that goal makes this game over in more than one way. I'm like, look at you.
First period total goals against 1.5 for tonight. If Edmonton's going to win, doesn't that have to be an under?
Totally. Yep.
You know, and you alluded to it there with Greg Wyshynski and Bob Stoffer that was on it. Staffer that was on our show, the color analyst.
Stoffer, yes.
Sorry, that was on our show before Game 5. You know, he alluded to the same thing. He said Edmonton is thought of as this up and down, freewheeling, out-skate you team, but with the injuries that they have to be a defensive-minded team. And one of the things that I asked him, and I still believe to be true, and it's where Florida has the advantage in the series that's not talked about enough, in my opinion, is that Florida in their own end, when Edmonton's trying to apply a forecheck, Florida has the ability to make that 5-6 foot pass, D-to-D pass, bank it off the boards, whatever the case may be, and then move the puck to a winger and get it out of the zone. They're not relying upon just flipping the puck back to center ice, allowing Florida, in this case, to dump it back in and chase. Florida gets out of their zone. They get out of their zone with puck movement. Edmonton, on the other hand, when Florida's applying the pressure and they have their forecheck going, Edmonton has had difficulty making that short pass, having puck support in their own end to move the puck out efficiently. And many times they're forced to just bank it off the boards and get it out to center, get that high flip to center, and Florida then just keeps coming. Then you're looking for puck luck. Then you're looking for a bounce, and somehow that puck gets past a defenseman, and they have to scramble a little bit, and then you can apply your forecheck. But by and large, Florida's efficiency in their own end is the one thing about their game that I think is talked about the least, and I think it's the most important part of their game. Yes, they have a tremendous forecheck. Yes, they can beat you with 3 lines right now. But their ability to get it out of their own zone and not allow teams to pressure them is what makes them great, in my opinion.
Edmonton with a better road record in these playoffs than the Panthers have home record. Oilers 7-4 on the road. Panthers just 5-4 at home. They've lost a home game in all 4 series. What they haven't done is lost 2 home games. And since they lost game 4 at home in this series, if they don't lose another, they'll be Stanley Cup champions. But Florida's had a closing out problem last year and this year in multiple series. And they've been better. They've been historically great on the road. And they've been pretty good, but not better than that at home. So be very curious. I mean, in hockey, you all know the first 5 to 8 minutes, Florida will be flying. The place will be rocking, blah, blah, blah. Most likely the ice will be a little tilted towards Edmonton's end. And then, can we just survive to, that second TV timeout? When they come out, they make the ice a little nicer, and there's about 9 minutes to go in the period. Can we just survive till then? Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Edmonton could use the first goal tonight more than anything. They need to be able to play with a lead. Greg Wyshynski just pointed out, 200-plus minutes that Florida's played with the lead. Edmonton's barely played with the lead in this series.
I know it's not their game, but I actually agree with Paul Bissonnette. The Oilers have a lot of set plays. I think Eddie Olchuk's done a really good job in this series showing us the set plays Edmonton has off faceoffs and how sometimes Florida's been running around and sometimes Florida knows exactly what they're going to do, and they got it covered. And Bissonnette, late in Game 5, his analysis was, by now, Florida knows Edmonton set plays and not just off the faceoff. They know the passing that they're trying to do in the zone, and that Edmonton likes to run a lot of set pattern plays. And that's why you look up and Edmonton doesn't necessarily have a ton of shots on goal. And he believes, and I agree with him, just shoot the damn puck tonight. And I think McDavid needs to shoot the puck. Stop looking to pass And I don't care if you're passing it to Draisaitl. I don't care. Shoot the puck. Because there's two guys on you. So in theory, if there's a rebound, you got them outnumbered somewhere. Shoot the damn puck. And you've hit a bunch of posts and crossbars, by the way. He hit 2 posts in game 5. I mean, just shoot the puck.
I understand where you're coming from. That was Carolina's philosophy. That's the way that they play. Shoot it from everywhere. They got beaten 5.
Edmonton's better.
Okay. Not by a whole lot, 1. And 2, that's not their style. To change your style at game 6 of the Stanley Cup final and say, okay, boys, we've been doing it this way for 100 games, but tonight change everything, just fire it on net. It's hard to do. I mean, it really is, David.
I understand, but Mark, I could argue that what got them back in this series in the second period of game 4 was them just shooting the damn puck. I mean, now one of them was a snipe, okay, but what got them back in the series was shooting the puck. And what was the game-winning goal? A little bit of puck luck. Put the puck towards the net. But the tying goal, okay, shot, rebound, fourth line forward, turning around, outposition the D, backhanded it in. Go-ahead goal in the third period was shot, rebound, comes out to the far side eventually. Winger scores. I just think you look up, I mean, they had 3 shots on goal in the first period of game 5. They had like 3 shots on goal for the first 15 minutes of the third period in game 5. What the hell? You got to be kidding me. I don't know. Just a thought.
No, I don't disagree. I think their shots attempted are a little higher than maybe people think. You have to give Florida credit. Their defense block shots, their forwards block shots. And David, the other thing, it sounds really simple, but here's the thought for Edmonton when they shoot. Get the damn thing on net.
Yes.
I mean, there's something to be said for shots on goal.
Yes.
And they're Bob's in their head. Not that, sometimes teams get in a goalie's head. Right now, I think Bob's in Edmonton's head.
Yeah, they're doing nothing but shooting for the top part of the net and totally neglecting the bottom 80% of it. I agree with you there. And they've so many times it looks like they've had, it's a good scoring opportunity, high and wide. Oh, man, I don't know. I mean, he can be beaten. I mean, he's not a wall. He's really good. He's a Hall of Famer, but I mean, he's not a wall.
Miller and Moulton talked about a few things today. We started the show off this morning talking about what it is your team needs, whoever that team is.
Yep.
What's the one thing you think your team needs? And one of the texts we got was simply a Dolphins fan. We need a coach and a quarterback.
Well, you're stuck with the quarterback for a little while. But I do think the Florida Panthers have shown, Dolphins, since, we'll stay in the same area code, so to speak. You got to get the right GM. I mean, it all changed for the Florida Panthers when Bill Zito took over. That's the general manager. And he's made some hard decisions. He put a good team together that lost to the Lightning in back-to-back years in the playoffs when the Lightning went to the finals both times. Hell, one of those two teams had the best season of any team in the league that year. They won the President's Trophy. And he said, yeah, this team will do really well in the regular season. We'll never win in the spring. I got to change this team. And he got rid of the coach. I mean, basically he did he did a little bit of what the Knicks did. Okay. They didn't have a deep playoff run, but they had 2 excellent regular seasons back to back. And he gets rid of this coach and says, nice guy, good coach. Ain't going to win a cup with him. And it was funny because he brings in a guy who had never won the cup. Did he win the cup with Carolina?
No.
No, it was Lavalette, right?
Yeah, Paul Maurice won his first cup last year. That was the all-time winningest coach in the league without a Stanley Cup.
He took Carolina to the finals when they lost to Detroit.
Correct.
He was the head coach. So anyway, he made a huge decision there, traded away an all-star forward for another all-star forward who played totally differently in Matthew Tkachuk, and it totally changed the team.
And you're right. Chris Greer, you and I have said for a while, we think he's the problem in Miami. But when he goes, the whole regime will go if that happens this year.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton. Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us on this Tuesday. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Football Magic numbers are 72 and 79. Thunder, a game away from capturing their first championship. They don't count the Sonics title. Why should we? Even though the Seattle Supersonics left Seattle and relocated to Oklahoma City. Thunder don't count them. So why should we? And the Cup is in the building tonight. Will the Panthers go back-to-back? Dynasty, by the way? Does that count if you go back-to-back? 3 finals in a row, you win 2 of them? Okay, does that get you the D word?
I do think it's a modern-day dynasty. I mean, we're never going to have a Celtics of the 60s dynasty. It's just not going to happen.
Well, also, it's a hard cap league now. And, even to have Edmonton 4 out of 5, the Islanders who went to 5 finals in a row, won 4. In a way, I think your Wings, your Wings put a 15-year run together. What'd you guys go to? Like 5 finals, win 3? I mean, seemingly you were deep in the playoffs every year, probably 12 of those 15 years. I mean, probably technically, you did go back-to-back. You won 4 of them, right?
I think that's right, yeah.
You won the 2 in the 90s, and then what? You beat Carolina and you beat Pittsburgh. So I know you won at least 4. You lost to the Devils. You lost to Pittsburgh. So, I mean, you went to at least 6. You won 4 over like a 15-year period. I mean, it's very Spurs-esque what the Wings did. So, if you consider what the Spurs did a dynasty and they never went back-to-back, I think your hockey team qualifies. And I don't know if we can do better than that nowadays.
It's pretty tough. A little news happening this morning.
Okay.
Something that's been out there for a couple of days. I saw it for the first time yesterday morning or the day before, but it's been made official. Brian Rolap has left the NFL. He was the right hand to Roger Goodell. He's going to be the new CEO of the PGA Tour. And that means Jay Monahan's going to step down. How did Jay Monahan survive as long as he did?
It's been 2 years since that interview on CNBC. Which, by the way, I'm sorry, shows you how powerless the players are on that tour.
You got it, because he's not stepping down this year, at the end of next year. So essentially, he and Rollup will work together for a year and a half or a year and a quarter, whatever it may be.
So this is like the transition with the St. Louis Cardinals?
Exactly.
John Mazzulla gets to stay for a year, and Chaim Bloom gets to, I don't know, you're in charge of these things, and you'll have that office in a year's time, but not now. Well, thanks.
But, I'm curious what he thinks he's going to do with the tour, and there are a lot of golf fans out there. But I do want to go back to the weekend and the rain delay. And, David, I don't know if you were watching before the rain delay and kept it on during the rain delay or you just switched it. But NBC made the decision in the rain delay to go back a mere, 17 years? 18 years? 17 years.
17.
To the 08 Open that Tiger would beat Rocco in. And I started laughing because that Monday playoff, you and I and our former producer, John Cassio, probably committed more FCC violations in one afternoon than Howard Stern did in an afternoon.
Yeah, there's no probably about it. We were broadcasting the final round of the playoff round of the U.S. Open live that afternoon on Miller and Moulton. We were doing play-by-play. We were doing it off the television. Okay. There were times in which our producer took his microphone, put it up to the speaker on the television, and we played the live call from NBC. Now, we credited them, but that was so against the rules. We should have been fined tens of thousands of dollars.
but it shows you the power of this show. No one even noticed.
Right.
But I bring it up because I was talking to my son yesterday, and he said, you know, when he made the putt on 18, I remember that. And he was 9 years old. He goes, I remember that celebration. You and I and Pops were watching it. And that was my Father's Day. Every year, my dad would come over. We'd watch the U.S. Open. I'd grill him a steak. At that time, I was not married. My son was there. And that was a tradition for us, you know, for my dad and I for many years. But what floored me, and it's obvious, but to my son, and particularly he's got kids that work for him now that are 22, 21 years old. They don't remember Tiger's greatness from that era. They may have seen the Masters win, but for a lot of younger people, they were watching something that they'd not really seen, Tiger being great. And I wonder how many people, I didn't turn it off. I watched every second of it. And I, remembered most. I'm like, oh yeah, he did do that there. How nostalgic do you think people got on Sunday for that hour and a half that they were showing us vintage Tiger?
Well, we'll probably find out today because I think the full ratings will get released today. So, and they can break it down and let us know during the rain delay was an hour 45, and they gave us like an hour and a half of Tiger and Rocco. And I will give NBC the slightest of credit. They coordinate with the USGA as to when play was going to resume. And they had a clock. And they went to break, and there was a little more than 3 minutes until play was going to resume. They're in the middle of a commercial break, and play resumed early. And they pulled right out of the commercial break. Middle of a commercial, pulled right out of it because the leaders were teeing off. And I said, wow, you guys show us so much taped golf. All right. Huh. I give you a little credit here. You actually pulled out of a commercial to show us some live golf. For you guys, that's a job well done there.
By the way, one of the Twitch chatters is all over Rory. And anybody who has listened to this show knows I'm not a Rory fan. I'm not. But my mom on Sunday, when she was over for dinner, told me she was done with Rory because he threw a club.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
Thank you. I just laughed. And the comment is he get away with breaking a tee marker. What if other players start acting like 2-year-olds? Has anybody not seen videos of Tiger dropping a slew of F-bombs one after another while slamming his club into his bag?
Yeah.
Our revisionist history here is something.
Yeah.
I mean, look it. Rory's an easy target right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to be the one that's going to defend him. Are you kidding me right now? He was playing like absolute crap. And should he have thrown his driver? Hell no. It's a bad look. But trust me, there are plenty of guys out there that are slamming clubs, cursing loudly, and doing things that are quote unquote not good for the game. They don't show us any of those players. They do show when Rory McIlroy does it.
Who's the guy? He's I think top 50 player in the world. He damaged 2 lockers in the Oakmont clubhouse. I think they're trying to ban him. Meanwhile, they got another Open coming there in 9-10 years, and he could be in it. But apparently Oakmont's furious with this PGA Tour player who threw a tantrum on the course. He slammed a mic or something, but then he took it into the locker room, and there's a picture, and he severely damaged 2 lockers. And I guess
Wyndham Clark.
Yeah, and they want to ban him.
He's an Open champion.
Right. I don't know that Oakmont has that kind of power, but I guess we'll find out in about 9-10 years. Tim McKone from the Sports Hub in Boston is next.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Breaking a T, seriously, breaking a T marker is what's got you upset? A T marker. Holy crap, man. I mean, what Wyndham Clark did to the locker room, that's far worse. It ain't close. I just looked at the pictures.
Yeah.
He destroyed 2 lockers.
Yes, he did.
And what I didn't know until I just read that quickly, basically, they have the wooden benches in that locker room that have been there since they opened the locker room. And Wyndham Clark threw a nutty at Quail Hollow after the PGA, in which he said, and I quote, hang on, "I promise to better the way I handle my frustrations on the course going forward, and I hope you can all forgive me in due time." That's when he smashed a T-Mobile sign at the 16th hole of the PGA Championship. Then he went and destroyed the locker room at Oakmont. I will say in the article, it's funny, there's, one member that wants to show up the next time he plays and heckle him on the first tee and said, "Can I come to your house and kick in your shower doors?" And another member said, "I kind of wish it was my locker," thinking that Wyndham Clark's going to have to pay a little restitution for what he did.
Totally. Yeah, Oakmont's not happy about the locker.
No.
Not happy at all.
Trust me, they'd much rather have you break a T marker than smash around in their locker room.
Never mind if there was somebody using that locker. They showed up and went, "What the hell?" Did you see what Robe said to you? "Who was that guy and what have you done with Mark?" Defending Rory.
Well, I mean, come on.
David,
you've worked a golf. You know how many shots they could take a guy's getting PO'd and smashing their bag with a club or going on a, expletive-led tirade? Come on.
Listen, there are people that get mad at the golfers. You know, the guy hits the shot and he turns around, he takes his club. He doesn't throw it like this, but he just, you know how you can just throw your club up gently in the air for your caddy to catch it? I never had a problem with that. But there are people who are very upset when the golfer doesn't hand the club to the caddy. You know, the caddy's fixing a divot or whatever, and then he just kind of softly tosses it in a way that the caddy will be able to grab it.
Yeah. They're uptight. People are uptight, David. All right, let's call Tim. Tim is on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. David Samson will join us, fresh from being done with his Nothing Personal with David Samson for the day. He'll join us for his weekly appearance coming up at the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. He's kind enough to join us once again on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. He's Tim McKone of 98.5 The Sports Hub in Boston. You can follow him on X at Tim_McKone, big M, little c, capital K, O-N-E. Tim, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. How are you?
Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Tim, this may sound like a personal question. It's not intended to be. It also may come across as an inappropriate question. It's not intended to be. But after the Red Sox presser yesterday, Tim, I feel compelled to ask you, how's your alignment?
Yeah, so you're not the only one that picked up on that theme. There was definitely some talking points during the press conference yesterday that the Red Sox front office held in terms of this Rafael Devers situation, and getting the organization back in alignment was the number one talking point for the organization. And look, guys, this was a trade that certainly came out of nowhere and certainly surprised everyone in Boston in terms of them actually pulling the trigger on a deal for Rafael Devers. But the situation itself and the disconnect between Rafael Devers and the organization has really been the storyline of this whole Red Sox season. It dates back to the offseason, and that was, you know, the organization telling Rafael Devers, who they signed to a 10-year, over $300 million contract just a couple off seasons ago, hey, you are going to be our third baseman. Don't worry about it. Meanwhile, they're out there shopping for third baseman, whether it was Nolan Arenado or Alex Bregman, and eventually they wind up signing Alex Bregman, moving him to third base. And them telling Rafael Devers that third base was his, only to then turn around and sign the third baseman and move him off of that position, really started this whole thing and this disconnect between the organization and Devers. They told him, throw away your glove, you're going to be the DH for this season. And once that happened, everything was fine and it seemed to quiet down until their first baseman, Tristan Cassis, gets hurt, is out for the year. They turn to Rafael Devers and say, hey, Rafael, would you play first base for us? Because obviously we're in a pinch now that we don't have a first baseman. And he tells the organization, hey, remember a couple months ago when you told me to throw my glove out? Yeah, I did that, and no, I'm not going to play first base. And from there, really the relationship completely soured, And that's how we got to where we did on Sunday night, where Rafael Devers gets shipped out of Boston.
I know the Sports Hub does not need any help in the advertising department, but Tim, it sounds like a perfect opportunity for a tire place in the greater Boston area to do $9.85 alignments for the rest of the week, just to get in conjunction.
That. You know what? I might steal that. I might bring that to the sales department this morning. To be honest with you, I might take that from you.
Not a problem, Tim. It's a no-brainer. Obviously, when ownership went out to Kansas City and met with Devers, and they tried to, patch things up, and the Red Sox, we all know, did not handle this very well from a communication standpoint from the get-go. But when they went out, a month and a half ago to talk to him in Kansas City and couldn't get anywhere, from the looks of things, that's when the trade talk started. Did you feel at that point that this was going to be the end game for Devers?
No, honestly, and you're 100% right, because now that we look back at this story and the more reporting that's been done, that clearly was the beginning of the end for Devers and the organization. But at the time, they go out there after he says, I'm not going to play first base. And ownership flies out to Kansas City, and he continued to DH. Didn't start taking ground balls, didn't start working out at first base. So the assumption there was that ownership actually flew out there not to say, hey, we need you to play the field, but more to say, hey, we apologize that we put you in a place where we kind of publicly embarrassed you and put you kind of on blast in terms of putting you in a situation where you had to say no. That wound up not being the case. And it wound up being that ownership went out there, tried to get him to play first. He still said no. And again, that disconnect really, really started and heated up. And ownership in the front office felt like they couldn't get back on the same page. But you're 100% right when you talk about the communication. And the breakdown of communication on both sides, quite frankly, is really what led to this. And no one excuses. And trust me, we have taken hundreds and hundreds of phone calls of upset fans saying, why won't Rafael Devers do what's best for the team? And that's 100% valid. But the fact that they got to the point where they did, the Red Sox also have to look into the mirror and say, man, we really screwed this up in terms of just not talking through what we were looking to do with Rafael Devers from the beginning, because I think a lot of people, and Craig Breslow yesterday in that alignment press conference that we talked about, even spoke about how, if he could do things differently, probably would have communicated in the offseason a lot better with Rafael Devers than what he did. And again, I think that's where all of this really started, the mixed messaging from the organization from the beginning.
Tim McKone, 98.5, the Sports Hub in Boston. Follow him on X at Tim_McKone, big M, little C, capital Kone. All right, listen, I said immediately, if I were the Red Sox, when he refused to play first base, I'm trading him. Okay, like for me, it wouldn't have taken 6 weeks. I probably would have had a worse deal. However, since it took 6 weeks and now he's been tearing the cover off the ball, second in the league in RBIs, and they traded him after sweeping the Yankees and winning 5 in a row, which is now 6. I mean, isn't the timing interesting? If they had traded him 4 weeks ago, Tim, then we all know what would have happened. But to trade him now is interesting.
I'm so glad you brought this up, because you're 100% right. Obviously you can kind of justify where the organization comes from when you say, hey, you know what, our top paid player isn't doing what's best for the team, and we can't have somebody that's supposed to be a leader pulling what he's told. Unfortunately, to your point, he has been an absolute monster at the plate, done everything that he could possibly want from the DH position. And on top of that, they do this when they're playing their best baseball of the season. And I think that's where a lot of fans are confused at the situation. I think that's where a lot of fans point to Craig Breslow and say, hey, I understand where you're coming from in terms of Rafael Devers not doing what's best for the team, but this move is not what's best for the team right now, because they're playing tremendous baseball and you just took the best bat out of the lineup. And it's hard to justify that with the Red Sox playing the way that they are. And that's why, again, I think a lot of people point to it and say, is it really just the Devers thing, or is this also a trade that's born out of ego with Craig Breslow because Rafael Devers stood up to him and he didn't want to have a player doing that? And I think based on the timing and everything that's gone on, and Rafael Devers saying, hey, just by the way, about 45 minutes before he actually got traded, doing his first press conference in over a month, saying, hey, all that stuff's behind us and we're moving forward, only to get dealt. So, yeah, there's a huge question mark when it comes to the timing of this deal as well.
How much hot water is Breslow in? I mean, this isn't This on the surface looks to be a terrible deal, but it's not the first bad deal he's made. I mean, how much scrutiny is he coming under right now?
Second year for Craig Breslow, but don't forget he was also probably about the 13th candidate down the list in terms of filling that CBO role for the Boston Red Sox. He was not the number one choice, far from it. And the expectation coming into this year after the offseason they had with Alex Bregman, Garrett Crochet coming in was to win now. And so if this blows up and completely falls apart, Alex Cora just got an extension last year. He's not going to go anywhere. I think Craig Breslow is going to be the fall guy if this goes really south. So the expectation, again, despite the fact that they just traded their best player, is that this is a team that should be contending still for a playoff spot. So if you see a complete tailspin in this second half, I would be pretty nervous if I was Craig Breslow.
It is fascinating from afar, Tim, that the ownership group that broke the curse, that has delivered 4 championships, 4 in a generation, and apparently the fan base is absolutely sick and tired of the ownership. Is that true? Because it seems that way from afar.
Yeah, it's a weird relationship. There's no question about it. Like you said, you break the 86-year curse and bring that 2004 World Series and then win 3 more on top of that. You would think that these guys could never have to buy a drink or buy a dinner in town again, but that is far from the case. And I think a lot of it is just the fact that it feels like John Henry, especially over the last few years, has become sort of an absentee owner and is not super involved and is not willing to go the extra mile in terms of bringing in free agents and doing what it takes to win. And that competitiveness that this ownership group had when they first came to Boston is far from what it is now. And so, yes, same ownership group, but the way that they're operating, completely different than when they were first got here. And that sense of urgency and that sense of we need to compete with the Yankees 24/7, and we have to try to best them. Even if we can't spend quite as much, we are going to spend as many resources as we possibly can. That has not been the case, and fans are aware of it, quite frankly. And for a Red Sox organization that prided itself on always being in the mix and being one of those teams and one of those models of the Major League Baseball, to be where they're at now and go through this extended rebuild, there's frustration that's built up. And I would say in terms of the ownership groups in all of Boston, they're at the bottom of the pecking order.
But the other side of it is they did, not with this deal, but in the past couple of years here, they've acquired a lot of young talent. The young talent starting to play better. One of the fears is Devers was protecting a lot of these guys in the lineup. Can the Sox fix this by going out and acquiring a bat between now and July 31st? And do they have the resources to do so?
They absolutely have the resources to do so. It's the Boston Red Sox. And again, that's been the frustration here because you've had the resources. You just have decided not to use those resources. And in terms of going out and getting another bat, Craig Breslow brought that up. They're not going to be sellers at the deadline. They're going to try to win now. So I would expect another bat to be coming in. Ultimately, like you said, there's a big 3 in terms of prospects that are now up here in Boston. That's Marcelo Meyer, Christian Campbell, and Roman Anthony. Anthony just going deep last night for the first time in his career, helping them beat the Mariners. Those 3 guys and how ready they are right now is ultimately going to determine, I think, along with obviously the starting pitching, which has really turned it around over the last 2 weeks and has led to the success that they've had, is going to determine how far these guys go. So, yes, expect them to buy at the deadline, and how far they go is going to ultimately be how good these prospects can be right now. And that's a really tough ask for some really young players.
Well, I hope Chaim Bloom in a couple of years when they win a world title with all the guys that he drafted and brought into the system, I hope he gets a little bit of credit. I don't know if that'll happen. Just curious, with your poll questions and your callers, where are they on this deal? Are they, the Red Sox management are idiots and this is a huge mistake? Or are they with, hey, man, the guy wouldn't, be a team player. Got to get rid of him. Where are they?
They're absolutely livid, to be honest with you. And I would say it's probably 95-5 upset with the organization. And you have to look at this deal not in a vacuum because when you're a Red Sox fan and you saw the team deal Mookie Betts and you saw them let Xander Bogaerts walk out the door, and now Rafael Devers is also gone. These are homegrown guys that helped win a 2018 World Series that a lot of people, again, are used to Red Sox stars staying in Boston is out the door. And it just feels like sort of a repeat of what we've seen over the last few years. And the mantra of, hey, just wait a little bit longer is kind of over in terms of Red Sox fans' patience. And this felt like, again, like throwing up the white flag. We're going to take your best bat and ship it out. So despite the fact that Rafael Devers certainly deserves criticism, yeah, this move not flying in Boston.
Boston fans celebrated Ray Bork hoisting a cup for the Colorado Avalanche all those years ago. Will they celebrate it for Brad Marchand if the Panthers win tonight or in Game 7?
He's not getting the parade. I can promise you that. It's different times in Boston, so no parade for Marchand. But I will tell you this, despite the fact that the Panthers and Bruins had those playoff clashes over the last couple of seasons, and obviously the Bruins have completely fallen apart here, and that rivalry seems to be put to bed. Yes, I would say the majority of Boston fans pulling for Brad Marchand to get that next cup and everything that he's given to that organization. I think there's a lot of Bruins fans that are happy that he's seen success and not only going to win the cup, but playing at the level that he's playing at in order to do it.
I was going to say, he's kind of looking like 2019 Marchand, isn't he? I mean, he looks 5-6 years younger than he was during the season with you guys, doesn't he?
It's incredible. It's incredible. And I'll tell you what, to go from a Bruins team that really came in with playoff expectations and a hope that they were going to take that next jump to completely falling apart and now being a part of a what looks to be another cup-winning team. You couldn't be happier for a guy that, again, is kind of done everything that Bruins fans possibly could have wanted throughout his career and really been one of those players that continually sort of overachieved.
Well, Tim, remember, it's a tire place, a wheel alignment place. Make sure you take it, whether you go to the sales staff, whether you just go to the midday show. Make sure you take that 985 idea about alignment with you. This way we could contribute something for you after all that you keep contributing for us.
I love it. Not just doing sports, we're getting deals done too. I can't beat it.
Tim McKone, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Follow him on X at Tim_McKone, big M, little C, capital K-O-N-E. Tim, be well.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Tim, kind enough to join us once again on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
I can't quit selling, David. Whether it's here, Boston, it doesn't, sponsor to 21,000. This is what I do, for crying out loud.
Can you blind message him and go, listen, if you get a deal, can you throw me a little something?
Yeah, maybe just a Sports Hub t-shirt. That's what I need, is some Boston gear to wear around. Miller and Moulton. Miss any of the show, millerandmoulton.com or any place you download your podcast. David Samson next. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, David.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Fantastic. How you doing?
I am doing well. Getting my producer's duties done right now. There we go. Another hour uploaded. How'd the show go this morning?
It was okay. We got it. Katie Fang was a guest, so we got pretty political, which can be dicey. But it's an important time. There's so much going on. Man, oh man. I cannot quite get over what happened in Minnesota.
I understand. We run away from that stuff. We just don't do it. We never have. And when you live somewhere, our main area that we are, and most of the network, most even our network spots are lean so far one way, it just doesn't work to ever go there because you're just going to alienate people.
It's the general rule. Instead of me alienating 50% of the people, I tried during the segment to alienate 100% of the people.
Well done.
So I figure in a horseshoe argument, upsetting 100% of the people is the same as upsetting nobody. But
yes,
I mean, the numbers have been really good since we started going 2 hours. They've just more than doubled, which is hard to believe. I was worried they'd have. So I'm very happy with that. But it's, today I've got 7 different shows. We hit 1 million views on one little short video. So, I mean, it's just things are doing well, but I'm tired and I shouldn't complain, especially with David here, who's the hero of us all. But man, I'm fucking tired.
Is the 7 a.m. hour, like, I'm sure you had some sort of discussion. Hey, if you want me to go to 2, do we do 7 to 9 or 8 to 10? Okay, is the 7 a.m. hour doing better than the 8 a.m. hour, or is it a constant build?
They're both hours have been double what 1 hour was.
Wow, that's
so
awesome.
That's not it. And I'm up early. That's okay. But talking 2 hours in a row, you do. But listen, you guys talk 4 hours in a row every day.
It's much different when there's 2.
You
know that.
There's much difference when it's 2. And we also are not doing 2 straight hours. We're doing, 12 segments. If you know what I mean? There's that break.
Yeah.
And it's a significant break to regroup your thoughts. It's not a constant. The constant, and we've had that happen when the computer fries up or whatever the case, and all of a sudden you're doing 45 straight minutes because something screwed up. It's a totally different ballgame. Totally.
Yeah. But there's so much to talk about. That's one thing I never worry about. There's just so much content.
Well, the pandemic changed us. Okay. Mark I thought we were done. I thought the show would last like 3 more shows. And Mark said, I think we're going to be fine. And I said, you're an idiot. And we had so much stuff to talk about when there was no sports going on. And it changed us. It really changed me. But it changed us. We're like, well, hell, if we can do 3 hours at the time when there's no sports going on, we can do this for the rest of our lives.
You guys are doing it, and I feel the same way. I could do this forever. I just need to drink more tea.
Tea's the key, huh? Not coffee. Good for you.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It's that day and time where David Samson joins us. He of the award-winning Nothing Personal with David Samson. It's now live weekdays at 7 a.m., nearly 2 consecutive hours. The minute he gets done talking on Tuesdays, he's dumb enough to keep coming on with us. You can follow him on X at David, the letter P. Samson. David P. Samson. David, I have waited all morning to ask you this highly personal and insulting question. How is your alignment?
That was my word of the day today. For when and everyone's done listening to your show, go over to Nothing Personal. And Matthew Coca, my esteemed producer from day one, cut a video that we started the show with the number of times Sam Kennedy and Craig Breslow said alignment. And for the first time, you will find this interesting, gentlemen. These are people who I know. Sam Kennedy's a friend, but I had to do it. And so I actually just said on the air, Sam, love you, man. But my God, did you need to wordsmith that a little differently? And I had no choice but to do it. I assume he's going to be upset, but he shouldn't be, because you handed it to me on a silver platter. It's like putting a fastball down the middle at 85. You think I'm not going to swing? You said alignment so much that I felt like I was in a car repair shop. And believe me, it's pretty clear that you guys were burying Devers. And boy, did they even got Poppy to bury Devers.
They did. And it's fascinating to us. And you've been in the front office. You've had players that have obviously over the years have done something that have pissed you off, and you want to get rid of this guy. From everything that we're now seeing, that they were done with Devers when they made the trip to Kansas City and the meeting didn't go as well. Then how the hell did it take 6 weeks to trade him if they were done with him then, particularly with the deal they got, which was lousy?
Well, first of all, I would say that it was not the end of the meeting in Kansas City. I would say the minute that John Henry got a phone call and Sam Kennedy said, you know, you're going to have to get on the plane and come to Kansas City and meet with him. And he was like, what? That's ridiculous. And Sam was like, come on, just come to, it'll be quick. Get on the jet. We'll be in, we'll be out. It'll be like going to Wisconsin.
There you go.
Very nice stripes.
And so
I knew you were going there.
It was over the minute it was wheels up. What was the delay in the trade? Not easy to get someone to take all of the money. That's number one. Number two, not easy to find someone who then will give you live bodies. Now, I grant you, Jordan Hicks, he's signed to a reasonable deal. 2 more years left, $12 million, fine. Put him in the back of the bullpen. Don't need him to start unless you have to. A young starter has a chance to be a mid-rotation guy, maybe. And then their number 4 prospect, maybe nothing, but you can say he's the number 4 prospect. And then yet another player. So you got 4 players and someone to take the balance of the money. So it's not that you just got the 4 players and you got rid of the turd in the clubhouse that you didn't want around your younger players, but also you get a chance for the reallocation. So I would hold off on judgment here until you see whether or not there is reallocation of the money. Then take that player, add him to the 4 players, add the subtraction. That sounds silly to say, but add the subtraction of Devers, then tell me whether the trade was good. Lastly, forget the alignment because that's funny. You can't lead with it, hey, this is good for now and for later. We're going to look back on this year and have more wins this year than we would have with Devers, because you lose all credibility right from the jump. Why would you make that part of your press conference? Just say, hey, we traded him because it's best for the team. Hard stop. Is it best for today? I don't even know if it's best for today. I just know it's best for all days not to have what we had with Devers. You just had to come out and say it.
Would you have done what the Red Sox did? Okay, because listen, I'm on record. The minute he said I'm not playing first, I said he's dead to me. I'm getting rid of him. So I would have unloaded him 4 weeks ago in a worse trade than what the Red Sox at least held out. Because not only that, they got 6 weeks where he was arguably the best hitter in the American League.
So that's a positive. It got him back in the race.
Exactly. Okay, but I mean, have you ever been in this situation, by the way, where like I so desperately want to get rid of this guy and you're begging the owner, please let me get rid of him? Or the owner came to you and said, if I see him one more day, I'm going to take it out on you.
Well, I got a funny one for you, and I don't tell this story often, and I haven't in a long time, but you just reminded me of the first game ever as a member of the Marlins. Happened to be in Montreal in 2002, and we had come from Montreal. And the schedule makers, God bless them. First game, Expos Marlins in Montreal, snowing March or April, whenever opening day was. Braden Looper blows a save. Our closer, who ended up helping us a year later win a ring, but he blew the save when our old shortstop, Orlando Cabrera, who then became a Red Sox, hit a walk-off hit off Braden Looper. The owner calls us and says, I will never see him on the mound again, ever. We were like, Jeffrey, we just got here. I don't even know the guy's name yet. And we had just gone through one spring training and we managed to talk him off the ledge because it was an important player. But there are other times where we want to get rid of a guy and he's a random guy. Jeff Baker is the example, just a bad guy in the clubhouse. You don't think twice. You just release him, designate him, trade him, do something immediately. But when you've got a long-term contract guy you want to get rid of, you have to wait to move the money because that's such a critical part. You don't want to keep paying for a guy you needed to get rid of. You want to be able to reallocate, even if you're the Marlins. And so that, to me, was never brought up in the press conference last night with Kennedy and Breslow. And you got to talk about it. Even if you don't fully reallocate it, you have to say you're going to at the time.
All right. What does this trade mean in your estimation for the rest of the AL East? Because I think we all believe the Red Sox are not as good of a team as they were 2 days ago. Maybe we'll be proven wrong, but I see that the Rays are now 2.5 back, and they're going to start that monster road trip here pretty soon where they spend 2 months away from home instead of their auxiliary home at Steinbrenner Field. So does this change the AL East in your estimation at all?
So I haven't looked at the schedule, Mark, but I don't believe they're actually going 2.5 months straight on the road. Is that true?
No, but they play they play a huge stretch of games July and August where there are very few homestands over the course of a long stretch of time.
Which, by the way, it really got my goat because we played outdoors in Florida and we never got the benefit of any scheduling help. And the reason MLB did this for them was because of the heat and the wetness. The Aths are going to play in Sacramento when it's going to be so hot that, you won't even believe you can't see straight. So I believe that the Rays schedule was done in a bizarre way. But baseball, you can go on the road and be fine. It's not going to be the end of the world for the Rays. The AL East is interesting because the Blue Jays are the ones who the Yankees should be more concerned about and the Red Sox more concerned about. They're playing well and they're a team that can do it. The Orioles are finished, in my opinion. They are not going to be able to rebound. And I think the Red Sox are going to have a problem. And the problem is that the clubhouse is happier today. I think we can acknowledge that. Garrett Crochet pretty much came out on the side of the front office, which doesn't happen often. And it just shows that there was a real issue with Devers and his attitude. And sometimes during the course of a season, an injury to a player or a trade of a player can be motivating to a team. And you can actually raise your level of play and success. But the problem is we're only in the middle of June. What the Red Sox need to do now is before July 31st, they need to add. That's what you show your clubhouse. That's what you show your fan base, that we were serious about 25. We believe in these players who we are betting on, and we're going to augment the team. So if the Red Sox do that, which I expect them to do, I would tell you they'll be in the race the whole year.
All right. We got about 3 minutes. Let's go to the National League West. All right. The Giants were major league average at best offensively, but they have top 5 pitching in the game.
Yeah.
All right. Now they add a terrific bat. We all know the Giants have had problems in recent years. They can't get people to take their money. So now they, alleviate that problem. Devers is stuck. Just curious, now your thoughts about the NL West going forward.
Well, the Giants haven't had a 30 home run hitter since Bonds in 04, number one. Number two, they needed lefty hitting so badly. And they needed someone to produce. They needed a break. And Buster Posey has been aggressive. And when you've got good pitching and you can supplement it with good hitting in a division where you expected the Dodgers to win 157 games, and it turns out that they're really just a really good team, but not out of the question that they catch them the way they did a few years ago when the Giants won the division, winning over 100 games, and you feel like you can do it. The problem is, so do the Padres. And believe it or not, so do the Diamondbacks, even without Corbin Burns. So the NL West, to me, is a far more interesting division than the AL East. And I'm watching that with great excitement as it unravels here during the course of the rest of the season. But the Giants, make no mistake, they're better with Devers, without question, even sacrificing Hicks, who was on the injured list, and the starting pitcher when he was traded, Harrison.
By the time we get to October, how many innings will Ohtani be able to pitch?
It's a great question. They're building him up right now like he's in spring training. So he's not going to be a 5-inning pitcher for another month, is my guess. And so if he pitches 100 innings, that will be a lot. I don't think he will. And it's just going to be inconsistent. He threw 98, 99, 100 last night, which is too fast, but he was excited. He admitted as much, but you could see the command wasn't there, which is totally normal after a second Tommy John, which they don't call it a second Tommy John. But just having him as a pitcher on the team helps because it doesn't take a roster spot. Remember, he's a two-way player. So the Dodgers can still have 13 pitchers outside of Ohtani so they can afford to rehab him at the big league level, and no other team gets that opportunity.
20 seconds. They need him, though. Their pitching's a mess. They need him. That's why he's pitching a month earlier than we all thought, right?
There's no question. They're just hurt. That was their 15th starting pitcher, but he really was just an opener, so it doesn't count. But they have tremendous injuries. Sasaki's not going to be back. Who knows when? Glasnow keeps getting hurt. Obviously, Snell the same. Kershaw's old, and Kershaw's Kershaw. So they do have a problem.
He's David Samson. He doesn't have a problem. He's 2 hours a day. Nothing personal with David Samson. 7 a.m. weekdays where you get your podcast. Then the show is aired in its entirety beginning at 8 a.m. on the DraftKings Network. You can follow David on X, David, the letter P. Samson, David P. Samson. David, as always, take care of your voice. Thanks for your time, buddy.
Thank you, guys.
David Samson here on Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Logic Man, how are you able to do it? Gotcha.
It's legal because it's a social sports book. That's an interesting line.
Sure is.
Although I got to figure out, and I shouldn't even say this into a microphone, but all you pressing me to get one of those illegal fire sticks, I think I got to make that move.
I mean, how illegal is it?
Did you see that story from on the Post about Sellers, the South Carolina quarterback? Apparently got offered $8 schmil to transfer.
$8 million. There's got to be a woman involved.
Oh, and I don't disagree with you, Puck Virtue. All I'm saying is that it's always been done. The networks choose to show who they want that's doing it. That's all.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Greg Wyshynski joined us in hour 2. Tim McKone in hour 3. David Samson just joined us. You miss any of our guests on the American Paint Supplies hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Make sure you download what you missed at millerandmoulton.com. Mark does a terrific job of downloading each hour immediately after the hour is done. So the David Samson interview will be posted in roughly 45 minutes' time.
We failed to provide you with a poll question today. A couple of hours ago, I brought up a subject that could have been a poll question, but at the end of the day, I chickened out because I like to ask our guests their answers to our poll question. And I thought that either David Samson would laugh hysterically or never come on the show again. I was 70-30 that it would be laugh hysterically, but the 30% scared me enough to not post the question of a story I found in the New York Post about, well, taking care of oneself and what they think about when doing so.
And by taking care of oneself, you don't mean by eating better and exercising.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Correct.
Gotcha.
So I was not afraid of the wrath of Mama Moulton for hearing the question. I was really curious if David would have said it again throughout the show, and he had kind of made it apparent to me that it wasn't going to happen.
I wasn't going to promote the question. You were going to have to be. We come back from break. Everybody knows the drill. Mark often throws at the break, but I take it coming out of break. And, you know, I go through all the stuff, blah, blah, blah. And that before we get into our material, that's when Mark was going to have to say, well, you know, we have a poll question. And today it's about choking the chicken.
Exactly.
Right? And then you were going to have to lay out the poll question. And I was not, you know, maybe when you were done, I would have said something along the lines of, remember, it's that Mark Miller and the David Moulton if you want to vote. Mm-hmm.
So we owe you an extra poll question this week. That's all I know is we are one short for the week already. And that's about the way that we roll. Monday and Tuesdays, never our best poll question days. Usually we pick up steam the rest of the week. We probably could have asked, do the NBA finals or NHL finals go to 7 games? Both, neither, hockey, basketball. I would vote hockey if I were to vote one. I might lean neither. Basketball's over. That's done.
Ooh, wow. So you think Edmonton has a better chance to win tonight than Indiana does Thursday night at home?
Halliburton's playing on one leg.
Yeah, I think they can win a home game. I think they can have an out-of-body experience from their bench at home. I do. Now, Oklahoma City's the better team, just like we all think and know that the Florida Panthers are the better team. But now I wish Carlisle had sat Halliburton. I know they, you know, came all the way back and cut it to 2, but I wished he had just sat him for the second half. He didn't need to play those extra 17, 18 minutes on his calf, which is clearly not 100%. I mean, he's out there limping, for goodness sakes. I mean, he didn't hit a shot from the field. Only attempted 6. I mean, clearly he wasn't himself.
And I don't see a way that the Pacers can win with their best player basically being, 25% of himself? If that?
Oh, there's a part of me that wonders. I would love to talk to the training staff and be like, if by chance he didn't play game 6, how would he be for game 7? And do you just try to have one of those great home efforts? I mean, you already had the one guy come off the bench and score 27. You know, they can. Siakam's after game 1, Siakam has been able to score inside much better.
How many big games can Benedict have, David?
Well, I understand, but I'm only asking for 2. That's it. But I'm just wondering if I asked, now Halliburton will protest and all that. I get it. But anyway, I actually think Indiana has a better chance of forcing a game 7 than Edmonton tonight, which I know makes no sense because, first off, any goalie can steal any game at any time. And we all know that Edmonton has 2 stars and the game's number 1 superstar. But they can't slow Florida down. I mean, Florida scored 3 goals in the first game, and that's their worst offensive outing of the series. I mean, they scored 5, 6, 4, and 5 since then. I mean, I don't see how Edmonton can win. If Florida's going to score at least 4 goals and most likely 5, how's Edmonton going to win?
They're not, David. They're not. They're not winning a 6-5, 6-4 game. They're going to have to win a 3-2, 2-1 game. That's the type of game they have to play tonight. And it's difficult to do because Florida never quits coming. They're rolling lines. They all play a similar way, and they put so much pressure on your defense throughout the game. By the way, cheapest ticket right now that I'm seeing?
Ooh, can I guess?
Sure. I'm on StubHub. I saw something on X from a different seat company, but right now I have I put it up for 2 tickets. Let me change it to just 1. So go ahead. What's your guess?
500.
No. $820 right now to get in the door for a single ticket.
All right. Here we go. Nice.
It's the cheapest seat. And I've not bought a secondary ticket in years. I used to use StubHub a lot. I know there are far better ticket choices out there, but that's what I have on my phone. That's the one I checked. $819, the cheapest ticket to get into tonight's game.
Let me ask you this. Is there a sporting event worth $1,000 for you to see? Like your team winning a championship? Because that's, I mean, think about it. If you're going to buy a ticket tonight, you're a Panthers fan, and you're like, I'm going to see them win the cup. I'm going to see the cup in person. I mean, is there a championship that your team could win? And I'm not just asking you, Mark. I'm asking everyone out there. That's worth $1,000 to you. You're like, absolutely. I'd pay it right now. Boom. Let's do it.
There's a ton, believe it or not. This is not one of them. If Edmonton wins tonight, I might pay that for a game 7. And I don't care if it's my team or not. To be in Edmonton for a game 7 with that atmosphere. First off, there's no team in sports that does a better job with the national anthem than the Edmonton Oilers do with the Canadian anthem. I just can't imagine the goosebumps in that building at the drop of the puck for a game 7. Obviously, I'd do it on that first Saturday in May to see 2 minutes of excitement in Louisville, Kentucky. That one I'd be up for. The Masters, I probably would spend $1,000 for Sunday Masters ticket.
Okay.
As far as my teams, boy, I don't know. Because I've been lucky enough that just about all of my teams have won the last game in my lifetime. So there's not that drought. I could imagine a Red Sox fan in 2004, what they would have spent to have seen their team finally break the curse.
I know we're up against it, but your baseball team hasn't won one in over 40 years.
I know. And I was lucky enough to go to game 3 of that series with my dad.
Huh.
But to take my son to something like that would be pretty special because I was lucky enough to be able to do it with my father.
Yeah, if the Mets could win the World Series, or that they have the possibility of winning the World Series, I'd pay $1,000. The Rangers in the Cup at the Garden. Oh my goodness, are you serious? What I'd pay? And for that matter, the Knicks. I was 7 when they last won. Yeah, I'd do it for those 3 for sure. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was the day when. All next.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floormeisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David.
This is Miller and Moulton.
pretty funny, Dead Struck, by the way.
Bless you.
Excuse me. Came up on me very suddenly. I apologize.
I got to tell you, there's nothing that scares me right now than the thought of sneezing.
Oh, because you're back?
I hold off everything I can. Today's been a good day. I still feel it, but I've not made one move for the board where I thought I was going to fall over. Yeah, we're passing it by, Logic Man, doing the competitive this year. See how that goes, so we can get our asses kicked by everybody else in Southwest Florida.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, and we're done. Out of here. Kaput. Finito. Seth Everett, Pat Kerwin, and I believe John Forsland already committed to the show tomorrow here on Miller and Moulton.
Look at that.
I think so.
Putting in overtime with the guest list, aren't you?
I think so. Just trying to, well, I was trying to line up, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday hockey, and I knew that Wyshynski's schedule would be better for him today. So I got that done, and John's not working right now. So John's just watching the games like us and available to talk about it. So I'm pretty sure we're going to have John on tomorrow.
Fantastic. Always love hearing his point of view. And will we be talking about the end of the hockey season? Or will we be talking about a Game 7? That's what we find out tonight.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health online. That's it. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. It's that simple. Locations in Bonita Springs and Naples. Call today, 239-427-3441. That's 427-3441 or online at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Remember to mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off your service. We start in 1837 today. Charles Goodyear obtains his first rubber patent. That would be for tires. The Statue of Liberty arrives in New York City today in 1885. The College Board introduces its first standardized test, the precursor to the SAT, today in 1901. David, this one's for you. Today in 1915, Cubs reliever
George Zip Zabel comes in with 2 outs in the first inning. He winds up with a 4-3 win in 19 innings, the longest relief appearance ever.
Love it. Love it. He just viewed that guy as an opener.
Right. Right. Rocky Marciano beats Ezzard Charles on points in his 3rd title defense today in 1954. It was at Yankee Stadium. Ted Williams hit home run number 500 today in 1960. Jack beat Arnie in the playoff at Oakmont for his first major title today in 62. That's if you don't count U.S. amateurs.
Right.
Today in 1972, 5 men are arrested for breaking into the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate Hotel.
Huh. That ever become anything?
Not much. They had burglary tools, camera, film, and 3 pen-sized tear gas guns. That one right there should have set off a couple of alarms. That's just me.
They were that worried about George McGovern? I mean, honestly, you look back at it.
It makes no sense, David.
I mean,
he was one paranoid SOB.
I mean, Ted Kennedy didn't enter the race. They were worried about Muskie. Okay, they got him out of the race. I mean, honestly, it should have been put your feet up, smoke them if you got them, for goodness sakes.
Today in 73, Dolly Parton recorded I Will Always Love You. Whitney Houston made that a monster hit a couple of decades later. And Johnny Miller in 73 fired his 63 to win at Oakmont. The announcement today in 1976 that the Nets, the Pacers, the Nuggets, and the Spurs would merge into the NBA.
Yeah, but that wasn't the big story.
The Spirit of St. Louis didn't get in and settled for was it 1/8 or one? I think they got 1/8 of the TV revenue in perpetuity.
In perpetuity. Okay, they
would not get settled until what? Like in the last 5 years, David?
They received $2.2 million up front and 1/7 of a share of each of the 4 remaining ABA, now NBA teams' television rights deals in perpetuity. Now think about what the NBA TV deal was in 1976 and think about what the deal was like 40 years later.
The owners of that team were collecting checks for 4 decades until finally the NBA bought them out for a staggering sum of money.
But they should have kept it.
I would have kept. I'd have looked him down the eye and put up both fingers. I'd have given him the Eli double bird and said, "Beat it, pound sand."
What part of no? Okay, are you having trouble understanding? That's what you and I would have done.
The greatest, I believe, the greatest deal in the history of sports.
I think it's second only to like the Louisiana Purchase. I mean, that's how good a deal it was. Golly.
Today in 79, Hale Irwin wins his 2nd Open title at Inverness, beating former champions Jerry Pate and Gary Player. Today in 1980, Springsteen released his 5th album. It was a toe tapper, The River.
Oh.
If your day is going really poorly, I would recommend to not listen to that album. One of 2 things is going to happen. You're going to be in the fetal position for the next 3 days. You're going to go, wow, I didn't have it that bad.
I mean, it was great musically, but not a toe tapper.
Irwin wins his 3rd at Medina today in 1990, would defeat Mike Donald on the first hole of a Sundeath playoff after tying the 18-hole Monday playoff. Payne Stewart wins his Open at Hazeltine today in a playoff with Scott Simpson. 92. At 92, Barkley traded to the Phoenix Suns. Today in 94, we've mentioned it a couple of times. The Chase. The white Bronco Chase split screen with Game 5 of the NBA Finals.
Game 5, Knicks won at 91-84. NBC went split screen. 20 other networks carried it live. 95 million people on a Friday night watch television to watch the white Ford Bronco chase.
I remember living in Atlanta, and we sat there and kept just going, when you channel by channel to see how many channels were showing it. And when you got to the Telemundos and they were showing, I'm like, holy blank, this is everywhere. I think everything but the Weather Channel had it on. The book Moneyball was published today in 2003. Angel Cabrera wins the Open at Oakmont today in 2007. Celtics beat the Lakers for their first title since 86 in 2008. The Lakers beat the Celtics in 7 in 2010 for their 16th title. Webb Simpson wins the Open today at the Olympic Club in San Francisco in 2012. Brooksy wins at Shinnecock in 2018. And in 2024, 1 year ago, the Celtics win in Game 5 for their club record 18th championship. Barry Manilow and Newt Gingrich are both 82. Dave Concepcion is 77. Joe Piscopo, 74. Mike Milbury, 73. Skater Dan Jansen, 60. Popeye Jones is 55. Venus Williams is 45. And Kendrick Lamar is 38. What did I miss, David?
She is not officially retired, but I don't believe this year she's played a match. She played a few last year. I don't believe this year she's played a match, but she is not officially retired. All I got is 250 years ago today, Battle of Bunker Hill. Growing up in the history, what were we taught? Lexington and Concord, Bunker Hill. That pre the Revolution, Lexington and Concord, Bunker Hill. Bunker Hill was 250 years ago today.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Virginia for the good, where fans attending the Richmond Flying Squirrels minor league baseball game got a little extra treat during a game on Saturday. A bank, one of their sponsors, was celebrating its 125th anniversary. So instead of a cake, the team made a 300-pound crab cake for the bank, and the fans in attendance got to eat the crab cake. For the bad, we come back to Florida, St. Petersburg to be exact, where during the first 5 months of this year, Samuel Lee Thomas has placed 3,400 calls to 911. He did so again over the weekend, claiming that someone was shooting an AR-15 rifle in the roadway. When officers arrived at the home, they discovered a family barbecue with small children at play. Numerous neighbors advised the police that such an event did not occur, the AR-15 in the roadway. Apparently, Samuel Thomas didn't like the kids playing. In 5 years, this man has called 911 16,000 times.
My goodness, that's 10 times a day.
Yes, it is, David.
I'm surprised somebody hasn't turned the AR-15 on him.
I'm surprised that they let him have a phone. Finally, the ugly, and this is a real ugly. We go to Miami, where Adrian Garcia had an argument on Saturday night. The night before Father's Day.
Right.
His argument was with his dad. He shot his father. Garcia was booked on Father's Day. There is no motive for the shooting, and Dad is in the hospital. Hopefully, we'll be able to recover. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, June 17th, here on Miller and Moulton.
Everybody's playing in Major League Baseball tonight. MLB Network at 7, Mets and Braves. TBS's Tuesday night game, they're waiting until late, giving us Padres-Dodgers at 10 o'clock. A couple of other series that get underway today. Milwaukee's in the north side to take on the Cubs. Cubs have a 5.5 game lead, 6 in a loss column. I think the Cubs can clinch the division. You know, if we're putting an X next to the Tigers with a 9-game lead, I'm telling you, Cubs take care of the Brewers this week. I might be prepared to put an X next to the Cubs.
I'll make you a bet the Brewers win the series.
Deal. So there you have it. Rays are hosting the Orioles again after winning last night. Marlins are hosting the Phillies after losing last night. Marlins game got moved up to 6 o'clock. I mean, you figure, you know, they'll drop the puck 8:15-ish. So they're hoping to get in, you know, through 7 at least before, you know, like people are going to watch the Marlins or go to the game.
Well, this is one where there's announced attendance and there's actual attendance. Although it is the Phillies, so there'll be quite a few Phillies fans because, let's be honest, if you live in Philadelphia, you haven't paid attention to hockey in a decade.
Just under 10,000 last night for the Marlins home game against the Phillies. That's a big Monday night crowd.
80% Phillies fans, I would imagine.
All right. Lord Stanley's Cup is in the building. 8 o'clock TNT, our pregame show before that. Does Barkov get presented with the cup from Bettman?
David, I predicted Edmonton would win this series in 7. I thought they would have a 3-2 lead entering tonight's game. All this talk about the Panthers not being able to close out, I think they get it done tonight. I'm torn. I want the Panthers to win, but I really want a game 7 because there's nothing better. I think Florida gets it done tonight.
Panthers win. First period, go over a goal and a half. For the game, go over 6.5. Empty netter, 5-3 Panthers. They dance with Lord Stanley for the second year in a row at home tonight. Miller and Moulton. We'll have the outcome and talk about it tomorrow. Seth Everett, Pat Kerwin, John Forsland. We'll talk to you then.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymade.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This is Miller and Moulton.